In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
I hate you guys so much. I hate you so much. All of you. Except you. You're fine. The rest of you suck. The first message I read this morning, I get everything ready, and then I kind of tool around the news sites a little bit before the show starts. I'm not really looking at what you guys are laying down before the show. Intro starts. I'm getting my last text messages in. I'm getting all my stuff set for the day and all that. And then the first thing I read when I go into a chat, the first thing I see, I just see someone writing, "So sorry to hear about Johnny. Rest in peace." I said yesterday, Johnny will not be on tomorrow. Do not tell people that Johnny's dead. You do that every week. Johnny is not here on Wednesdays. Johnny is not here on Wednesdays. He never does the show on Wednesdays. He's never going to do the show on Wednesdays. And now get to, now there will be one Wednesday where we switch him Tuesday and Wednesday. And then people will be like, I thought you said he never does Wednesday. He never, for all intents and purposes, for this conversation, he never does Wednesdays. And every Wednesday, people write in and they go, Johnny, Johnny's dead. Johnny died. R.I.P. Johnny. And I have to then deny the fact that Johnny's not dead. And I even said last night during the show, which may have been a mistake, I said, now, no matter what you guys do tomorrow, no matter what happens, do not start the show with Johnny's dead. Little Connor Peterson, first comment we get in the chat, so sorry to hear about Johnny, rest in peace. It's almost like you're doing it on purpose. It's almost like when I tell you not to do something, you just go ahead and do it anyway. And eventually, someday, I'm going to learn. Now, Deutsch Chad says, it's because he's dead. But he's not. He's not dead. You have seen him now for what, 6 years, 7 years? You've seen him in the same general state of illness that you've seen him forever. He's had multiple sclerosis this entire time. He's been sick the entire time. He's had trouble walking the entire time. He's not dead. He's not dying. There's no reason to say rest in peace. 09 Canyon says, oh no, just got here. Johnny is really dead? I don't know how else I can say it. Johnny's alive and well. Johnny's doing just fine. Johnny, you could argue, might be healthier than all of us. Deutsch, you know what? Deutsch Chad does a really good impression of a steel toe hater. He goes, I reject your reality. Yeah, there's a lot of that going on. There's a lot of I reject your reality. Chips and Diff says, has anyone checked on him today? He's probably sleeping in, most likely. Scott Jonesy says Johnny jumping out the window was kind of funny, RIP, but he didn't though. And Johnny can't, his legs don't work well enough. He can't spring load his legs to jump. Dinosaur Fuel says, prove it then. No, I don't have to prove it. He didn't die. Mr. Beat says, oh my God, really? Last night in his sleep? At least he wasn't suffering. He's sleeping. Oh no, now I've done the thing that kids do when they get explained by an adult that, when they get explained to them by an adult that someone died, they go, oh no, they're just resting. They're sleeping. No, Johnny's really probably sleeping in. He doesn't like getting up early in the morning. Scott Jonesy says Johnny running and backflipping out the window to his death was kind of badass. Oh, but he didn't do that. Chips and Diff says, so he's resting in peace. Not in the rest in peace sense that you say when someone dies, but he's resting in that he's getting plenty of sleep today. Yes. Dinkelman says, sorry, just got here. I heard Johnny's dead. We should commemorate him by sending Aaron golden crutches. One, how does that commemorate his death for me? I don't understand that. And two, he's not dead. McBusted says, Johnny's fine, y'all. He let his channel audience know that Aaron can't afford to have him 3 shows a week anymore. I mean, I could if I thought it was a good idea. I kind of like the split we have now. Bigot on Socialist Media says he'll be back Monday, maybe Tuesday if we're lucky. No, he'll be back Monday and Tuesday, and it will be fine. It will be like every other week. Monday, Tuesday. He won't be here Wednesday. You'll say that he's dead, and then hopefully the bit will run aground by Thursday. That was nice. Rex Dart parody account says, I'd like to think his spirit is still with us, but his spirit probably isn't a morning person either. Okay, that one was fun. That one is good. Dinosaur Fuel says we should dedicate this episode to Johnny. There's no need. We can simply just, catch up with him when he's here on Monday. Simple enough. Oh man. I'm just sorry. I was just before the show started. I was texting with SP and trying to figure out our plans for today. And I didn't leave the conversation open, but I ran out of time. So I have messages and I can't really respond to them. Today's going to be, I think, for me, it's going to be the lead up to is going to be the craziest part. I'm very excited to just have the whole process be done. This is kind of the day I've been waiting for forever. Today is a great day. It's finally going to be over. I did see that the hearing is scheduled for 15 minutes. So it does kind of sound like we're just going to, everyone's going to read their stuff that they brought. The judge is going to, go through the sentence that we agreed to at the plea hearing, and they're going to shuffle us out of there, So the actual, the lead up and everything of, it's kind of like everything else with this whole deal. It's let's hurry up and get this thing over with. And it's been almost a year. I am excited that I get to get everything off my chest today, that I get to say everything I want to say because I haven't been allowed to. So I haven't. I get to do that today. And once I do that, like I've done for the last week or so, I will consider it all done. All feuds are over on my end. All this whole last year and a half, well, not quite 2 years. This last year and a half or so is all gets to be a bad memory. It all gets to be a bad dream. And I get to move on with my wonderful, incredible life with amazing people who care about me. Again, I'm very excited to be done with the whole thing. And there's going to be people who are disappointed by today. I want to tell them, stop investing so much of your life into strangers, and then you won't have to have these feelings all the time. And no matter what you do, I know you're going to be upset. Do not come to me to work out your feelings. Just let it. I didn't care about your feelings to begin with in this whole process. I certainly am not going to care about them once it's all over and done with. I'm just, today is the day I've been waiting for, essentially. Todd, my attorney, who is fantastic. If you ever need somebody, call Todd Peterson. Todd has kind of laid out the lay of the land for me today. We're all set. Like I said, we made our deal, so there's no secret there. And now it's just, getting it all. The plea itself is in writing. That's all done. Now it's just having the judge kind of tell us what we already know. And, of course, everybody getting to have their say. Everybody getting to get everything off their chest, which I'm excited about. Bigot on Socialist Media starting us off today with a gifted membership to Scott Jonesy. Thank you very much. Oopsie daisy. That's going to start. By the way, starting the day today at 280, the perfect week continues. The perfect months and months and months continue. Thank you very, very much. And thank you, Bigot on Socialist Media, for starting us off with a gifted membership on Rumble. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, gifted memberships. Go in there and do it. Get it all knocked out. Let's go to Annoyed Wawa Supervisor. He says, step 1, show. Step 2, court. Step 3, Hoagie Fest is back at all Wawa locations. Get revenge on hunger with savings on all your favorite hoagies. Whip it down to your local Wawa now. Also, boys and girls, if you would respect this after today is done, we're not going to talk about any of it anymore. I think it's better for everyone that it all goes away. It all goes away. Coltrane says, might see a dip in viewers and donations. My work cut 10% of our workforce yesterday, and a bunch listened. Oh, no. That sucks. Well, maybe I'll see an uptick in viewers. Maybe they'll just, they got a lot of time on their hands now. Maybe they just won't have the paycheck to chip in a couple of bucks. How about that? All right, let's get into it. Let's do some work. We've got a lot of stuff to talk about this morning. It's very interesting to see what's important in some places and what's important in others. And it kind of gives you a good idea of like how life is in those places. Like, for example, a few weeks ago, you had that story in Minneapolis. Remember where all those crazy kids were getting together in the streets? And they were mad that ICE was in town and federal officers were in town and they were performing raids. And they thought, immigration. Here comes immigration. They're here to take a bunch of good, God-fearing illegal immigrants out of Minnesota, and we're going to stand up to these federal shock troops. And so they gathered in the street, and then the ICE troops threw them around a little bit. They threw some shit at the ICE people. The ICE people threw them into garbage cans. Just kind of your general post-apocalyptic scene. And then it turns out that it wasn't an immigration thing at all. Apparently, someone was trafficking 900 pounds of methamphetamine, and ICE and the FBI thought it would be a good idea to get that shit off the streets. So that was like the big thing Minneapolis was dealing with. If you just head a few miles south, if you just head a little bit south of Minneapolis, you get to a place called Minnetonka. And Minnetonka is a place where maybe it's, I don't know, we would say affluent, well-to-do, that neighborhood. Let's see what the city of Minnetonka has to deal with. You know, in Minneapolis, it's life and death. They're fighting with ICE. They're fighting with federal troops. 900 pounds of methamphetamine. What's the big scare out in Minnetonka?
These videos show South Lake Minnetonka police chasing people riding e-bikes on the highway and on other roads like side streets, even with flashing lights following them. And you see that here. The riders don't pull over.
You get to the suburbs, the big problem is teenagers on e-bikes riding down the streets. Not biker gangs, mind you. Not like crystal meth peddling biker gangs in the suburbs. Just kids on e-bikes. Now, far be it from me to go through this whole process and have it make me a little more libertarian and have it make me a little, I don't know, a little more skeptical of how law enforcement spends its time. But I don't know if a bunch of teenagers on e-bikes is really worth people losing their fucking shit and the cops chasing them down. I mean, on a quiet suburban street, why can't kids ride around on e-bikes? E-bikes, first of all, they're not supposed to be on the sidewalk. They're supposed to be on the road. I remember when SP and I were in Clearwater Beach, there was what do you call it? There were people riding e-bikes just up and down the sidewalk, just coming up right behind, and they're relatively quiet. So they come up behind you, just holy shit. I saw a couple of e-bike and e-scooter people. They were rounding a corner, a woman with a stroller with a fucking baby in there is coming around the other side of the corner, and they almost ran into her. So I think that e-bikes being on the street is where you want the e-bikes to be. But this being your number one big Fox 9 news coverage, number one story in your community, I can't imagine. This story should be filed under "We Have It Too Good." And I wanted to start with this today because we have a lot of clips of a lot of people fighting with each other, a lot of people yelling at each other, arguing with each other, Liver King getting popped for his behavior surrounding Joe Rogan. Candace Owens is fighting with everyone. We have an Owen Benjamin clip. So I thought, why not give a little perspective and show that, while Israel and Iran are at each other's throats and we can't seem to nail down a ceasefire, and I'm going to court today for the sentencing, and other people have, immigration problems and raids and this, you will know that in South Minnetonka, their big problem is those pesky kids on their e-bikes. Again, not for me to be libertarian here and say that law enforcement does too much, and that our legal system kind of bothers people when, nothing really that big is committed. I think if your big problem in your community is 3 teenagers riding around on e-bikes, you've got a perfect community, everything's good, and you can leave them alone. It's the definition of over-policing.
Police are warning anyone who does this that it is a felony, a serious crime.
Isn't that the fucking problem, though? Like, is the problem really that the kids are riding around on e-bikes and that's a felony? Or is the problem that that's a fucking felony? Riding a motorized vehicle on the road is a felony. Aaron, the cops having the flashing lights and you not stopping, that's the felony. Why are your fucking lights flashing? Leave them alone, they're kids. You understand that, like, in the heyday of America, the glory day, here's where America was at its best. A guy would be driving shit-faced on the road, and as long as he could keep it 10 and 2 and between the lines, the cop would say, all right, get home and stay home. Or they'd follow the guy home or whatever. That's where we should have stopped right there. It should have been over right there. That should have been the end of the line. That should have been, done with, over, no more. We don't go any further than that. Hey, sir, you had a few to drink tonight? Yeah, I've had a few to drink. All right, we're going to make sure you get home safe, and then we want you to go to bed. That was peak America. Once we stopped doing that, and then especially once we dropped it to 0.08 from 0.1, it all went to shit.
No different than if you refuse to pull over driving a car. People here in Excelsior told us
Excelsior.
e-bikes are a big nuisance, and some worry that someone's going to get hurt.
They don't know the laws of the road at all.
You are the death of America. I don't mean because she's a woman, but that doesn't help. You are the death of this country. The young suburban lady. Oh, well, they don't understand the laws of the road. Fuck, who cares? They'll be gone in 3 minutes. They'll be gone in a little bit, and you'll be fine. And your little trip to the downtown boutique shop and in Earl Grey will not be bothered. You'll be okay. The three little 14-year-olds on e-bikes riding around. And by the way, have some sympathy for those poor kids. The only reason these 14-year-olds are riding around on e-bikes, they can't go to bars, they can't drink, they can't go to strip clubs, they're not 18. They can't really do, what can you do at 14? This is all you can do.
So they just kind of do what they want because it's like fun, I guess, and they have no...
Yo, oh, wow, what a bunch of shitbag kids. Oh, they just do whatever they want because it's fun, I guess. Good. That's America. That's what we should be doing. We should be doing things because they're fun for no fucking reason. That's how Hammerschlagen got invented. Is there any reason to do Hammerschlagen? Nope. But guess what? You got a bunch of guys, they sat around one day and they're like, I ain't got shit to do. Hey, buddy, I got a nail and a tree stump. You want to try and hammer it in there straight? Loser has to drink? All right, deal. America was built on dumb shit because we're bored. Leave them alone. The suburban mom is the death of freedom. Oh, those kids are mildly inconveniencing people in the neighborhood. We should make laws. Well, those people and their husbands pay our property taxes that pay our salaries, so we should probably make too many laws that make this kind of a fascistic, oppressive regime, but at least we can, get those pesky 13-year-olds off the street on e-bikes because people are mildly fucking inconvenienced.
No other way to get around. This group of kids came to like the side of my car once, and it was just like weird.
Oh, no, fucking arrest them. Charge them with felonies. This country needs a regime change. That's all. Just, I don't mean like overthrow Trump and like install a new government. I mean, it's all, I might agree with Hassan Piker. I might just think that the whole, these women are driving me into the arms of Hassan. Where I'm just like, maybe he's right. Maybe this whole thing is rotten to the core. But I don't agree with him on the communism and that shit. I want another constitutional convention and maybe, let's strip all the amendments. Let's keep 1 through 10. Let's keep the original Bill of Rights and we'll build out from there.
So like that was annoying because I was scared that like I was going to turn it and that they were going to like go and like hit them on accident.
Holy fuck, arrest them. Throw them in fucking jail. There were 3 kids on e-bikes that were right next to her, and it was kind of weird. Holy shit, better fucking put a black mark on their record forever. Fuck off. Minnetonka should have to disband its police department. They don't need them. You are not necessary. If you are chasing down 14-year-olds on e-bikes, you are the bad guy. And we need to get rid of you. You don't need to exist. You're doing busy work and fucking with people. God, I was in my car once and 3 teenagers. How dare teenagers exist in my general vicinity? I don't like that. I want to use the power of the state to stop them. Fucking hell. Not every mild inconvenience needs to be codified into law. Sometimes shit can just be annoying.
They don't know what they're doing.
Just worry about their safety and the safety of the pedestrians, but also we want them to have fun.
Oh, and we like fun. She's the woman at a comedy club who goes, I think I have a pretty crazy sense of humor. And then the first grape joke comes out and she goes, I'm going to complain to management.
Say they don't want to get in the way of fun. They don't want to be the e-bike police, they said, but they do want people to be safe this summer.
Then fuck off. We don't want to be the e-bike police. Then fucking don't. I hate it. Anytime someone says, I don't want to be the blank police, that means they want to be the blank police. I don't want to be the e-bike police. Yeah, you do. Because if you didn't want to be the e-bike police, every time some fucking wine mom called and said, kids on e-bikes, you go, shut up, bitch, and you'd hang up the phone. That's all you would have to do. But instead, you guys go, all right, let's get out there. Maybe we can fucking beat up a 14-year-old and get over my insecurities from high school. Fuck. I'm not quite a cab. That's not where I'm at. But I think the more you get into the suburbs, the more you have the police department basically trying to justify their paychecks and their own existence. And so they pull shit like this. And then Fox 9 covers it and they go, wow, isn't this crazy? Nope, not in the least. It's not crazy at all. You've got mountains of meth in Minneapolis that federal troops are trying to haul out of there. And you want to bitch about fucking e-bikes. Leave them alone. Redbird with $5 says that area is full of gay F-word communists subsidizing on my tax dollars. Nice podcast, stupid, with $2. Hi, Dan. He says, hey, Aaron, watch out for your cornhole, bud. I will certainly be watching out for my cornhole. I think that's good advice. I think Dan's just giving out good advice in general. I think everybody at all times should watch out for their cornhole. It's an important part of your body. 191 Redbird with $5 says, why won't the 14-year-old cooperate? And let me give him a felony that will ruin his employment prospects for the rest of his life. Exactly. Oh, I wonder why these 14-year-olds won't cooperate. Because they're living in an over-policed fascist state. And if they pull over, you might ruin their fucking life. That might be why. Just wondering, do you think that maybe you have too many laws and you're scaring the shit out of these kids and so they're going to try and run from you on their e-bikes? No, you know what? Don't worry about it. It'll totally be fine. How do you, because I don't understand how to square this circle. I'm actually glad Sean's here. That's kind of a dick move. I said actually glad as if I wouldn't be glad that he's here normally. But by the way, never mind. I'd stay on this, Aaron. Jesus Christ, I'm bouncing all over the place. You know what? Maybe a little too much of this in the morning. How do you do that thing? How do you square that circle where, like, I know a lot of cops and they're decent guys, right? But the job they have to do is fucking bullshit. I guess no different than a guy who I think has a bullshit job like me. You know, you have friends, you have family members, you have people who love you, people who like you, people who care about you, people who think they're a good guy. You're a good guy, but they're like, oh, you playing radio in your basement? You're like, yeah. So I guess I can like guys who are cops. They can be nice guys, but I'm like, you're contributing to the re-rise of Nazi Germany, and you know that what you're doing is bullshit. Just wondering if you know that. There's got to be a nicer way to say that. Hulkamasha Baby says, fuck you, Aaron. Wait a minute, what?
Fuck you, Aaron.
There we go. I work down there, and if they want to have 500 extra police and arrest every annoying kid they can, at least my shit doesn't get stolen in Minnetonka and out of my work truck. It's not going to get stolen anyway. All those kids are white and have way more money than you. Those kids down on Lake Minnetonka have more money in their little bank account that their parents set up for them than you and I do. Potentially criminal with $5 says, will you convert to Islam or will you remain with the Aryan Brotherhood when you go to jail? I kind of think that, people kind of have me pegged as the Aryan Brotherhood type, that I would just kind of fit right in there. So you would think probably Aryan Brotherhood, right? But at the same time, if your enemies know where you're going to be, don't be there. So, maybe a little, I throw in a little Allahu Akbar flavor. What I'm trying to say is I don't have to make that decision right now. So I'm going to think about it. 383 Novocaine with $2 says, morning, fresh meat. Don Juan says, pegged, is it? No, not that kind of. Stop it. You can't call me gay and then every time someone says the word pegged, you go, oh, that's not allowed. Doggo Doesn't Die says you almost have a swastika haircut started. It's actually my hair's trying to draw a picture of a window and won't close it. That's all it is. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says it's not skin forehead, Aaron. You're fucked. Thank you. Thank you. Sam with $5 says, I think Aaron should do the rest of the show as Jiminy Glick. I can't anymore. I've smoked too many cigars. My voice is fucked. I have to stop. It has to be done. On a wall says Aaron needs a Prislam name. Abu something. I think Abu Nadal El Nasir that's not a bad one that I just pulled out of my ass, right? But yeah, as far as Islam or the Aryan Brotherhood, I think if you're in St. Cloud, becoming an Islamic convert is kind of hip. But the Aryan Brotherhood, they do look out for you. They do look out for you, unless you're Derek Vineyard. Someone says, since that raid in Minneapolis, work production has been down 63%. Holy shit. Holy Jesus. Since that raid, but there was a meth raid. It wasn't a getting rid of workers raid. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says Hassan Al-Imholte. Well, no, you can't. You can't do the hacky trans thing where you keep part of your old name on your new. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. All right, let's see what 383 Novocaine sent us, and then we'll continue on with today's show. Thank you very much for the early contributions here. I really appreciate that. You guys, as usual, just doing a fantastic job. Oh, and thank you to Brian for $20 when the show was getting started today. I appreciate that. Throw Brian a Hogan. And then we'll get on our way here. There we go.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
Sam clarifying something. Thank you guys for helping out the new viewers of this program if they don't know what our shorthand means. Sam with $5 says, just so everybody knows, by smoking cigars, Aaron means he sucked a lot of dick. It just keeps puncturing the outer wall of my voice box, and it's ruined me forever. 383 Novocaine with $1 says, Aaron, bring your favorite book and you can read it to your cellmates during rec time. Oh, I'm going to be a jail nerd. We did 383 Novocaine. Don Juan says, Toe prefers to put his KC rub on there when he tosses the salad. Well, you mean like lettuce and all that stuff? Tomatoes? I hear you. All right, Novocaine, I'm going to do this blind and I'm going to trust you. I'm going to play this. And I'm going to hope it has something to do vaguely with what we're talking about. And then we're going to move on to the Candace Owens stuff. Dave Portnoy hates Candace Owens. Piers Morgan is arguing with Candace Owens. Candace Owens is accusing, I think, Israel of paying people to go after, what do you call it? Her and Tucker Carlson and the other MAGA people. And then Owen Benjamin believes he knows how Candace Owens' husband met her and wooed her. Yes, it's Owen, so it's going to be fucking ridiculous. And we also have the Liver King getting arrested. He's the guy's having a mental breakdown. The Liver King's falling the fuck apart. But first, 383 Novocaine, and then we'll jump into today's show. We'll get to Bob Tube as well.
Hey, and welcome to Prison Geographic. In today's episode, we answer the question, do people whack it in prison?
Hey, Bunky, I know it's your first day and everything. I'm not trying to make it weird,
Of course they whack it in prison.
but I gotta take a number 3. I'm gonna put the sheet up. A number 3? What does that mean?
Oftentimes in prison, a number 3 is used in reference to pleasuring oneself. A number 1 is a liquid, a number 2 is a solid, and a number 3 is a wee.
Yeah, okay, we get it. How can it be a YouTube short and the premise is still beaten like fucking crazy into the ground? Bob Tube, thank you for the $5. No, I don't believe that's going to be happening. And Old Craig with $2. Hey, look, how other people waste their money being obsessed that I've broken their brain is their business, not mine. Not mine. It's 265 away from today. It's amazing. Like what you do to people you've never met. Rocco says, after today, Aaron will be known as Muhammad Ali Imholt after he joins the Muslim Brotherhood. That's not, again, I think it's hacked to keep part of your, your other name with your whole new Muslim name, you know? Hobo Chili with $1 says, Aaron, we have to take one of your voices away, or one of your vices away. Your fatness, your faggotry, you can't have both, pumpkin. Looks like I'm getting skinny. I mean, looks like I'm going to stop. Wait, but damn it. Damn it. That's called laying your hand down early. All right, let's get to the Alex Jones Liver King stuff. I'm actually most excited for the Candace Owens stuff today. I think that when it comes to, oh, that's nice. I'm getting a lot of nice messages from people today. That's very kind. When it comes to the Liver King stuff, this is just kind of, it. First of all, it came out of nowhere. This weekend, the Liver King started making threatening videos toward Joe Rogan. And he just started talking about they were going to have a fight and he wants Joe Rogan to choke him out, but he thinks he could beat Joe Rogan. It got really weird. He made like 2 or 3 or 4 minute videos and he's just pacing around his house telling us how he takes a shit. And he's got his enema bucket. And he talks about how he sits in the shower and squeezes his stomach together to get the poop out. And then he was going to fight Joe. He's going to go to Austin and fight Joe Rogan. Then he's doing a video where he's like crab walking on his sidewalk and we're leaving to go to Austin, whatever. And now the rumor is, and I've seen some photos and I've seen some videos, I'm not sure if they're from yesterday, that the Liver King has actually,
all right,
we got an Alex Jones clip here, that the Liver King has actually been arrested now. That because of those threats towards Joe Rogan, the police have actually picked up the Liver King. And while I don't think Liver King needs to go to jail, I think that maybe some time in a mental health facility might help the guy out. They just did a Netflix documentary on him. Some people have a hard time when they blow up and achieve this really quick fame. They have a hard time handling it. In fact, I think the vast majority of human beings who experience any kind of fame or any kind of attention, I feel like they have a hard time adjusting when it goes away. And some people do crazy, insane shit to remind people that they're still there. And it does something to their brain. Like they start living a parasocial version of themselves, if that makes sense. And now the Liver King. Plus, the Liver King, we don't know how many substances like steroids and shit like that he's abused over the years. We don't know what kind of impact that's had on his brain. Who knows? But he's not doing well. This is Alex Jones talking about it.
All right, I've got a breaking exclusive for you that I got from our sources. The Austin Police Department, as we speak, is on their way to a hotel in downtown Austin to arrest the Liver King because he's been making a lot of bizarre, cryptic threats to Joe Rogan, and that he's going to come to town and fight him. And now he's there and has posted videos that are very, very direct threats. And so I am told that he's going to be arrested for terroristic threats. And that just shows how crazy society's going.
Whoa. Don't lump me and society in with the fucking Liver King. Let's not. We're not. No way. You can do a lot of things. You can do a lot of shit. You're not going to lump the Liver King in with the rest of us. It shows you how crazy society's getting. That no, it doesn't. I mean, society's getting crazy, absolutely. But the Liver King being a fucking psycho is not part of that.
In the videos, he looks extremely deranged with dilated pupils, and so we hope the Liver King gets...
Yeah, it was really weird. So in the video we were watching yesterday, one of his pupils was gigantic, and the other one was tiny. I have no idea what does that to you.
Better, but this is what is happening in America and around the world. We need God, folks. We need God. We need to get back to God. So we hope everything... He's
not wrong, but I don't know if God's going to help the Liver King. Because isn't the Liver King a God guy as it is? God can't stop people, crazy people, from being crazy. There's something fucked up in the Liver King. You can't do the stuff he's done. Maybe eating all those bull nuts isn't a good thing after all.
Everything goes okay, and we hope that I'm told it's happening right now, so that's why we're waiting until we get the word it's already happened to upload this information. And of course, we're not telling you the locations so that people don't get in the way of the Austin Police Department, who also did a great job finding and arresting and indicting all 4 of the co-conspirators and charging them with capital murder that executed our reporter.
Oh, that's right. I forgot that Alex Jones had, a reporter who, in a home invasion, they were killed. I forgot about that. That sucks. Yeah, this whole Liver King thing, man, I don't know what it is, but it's not something that can be fixed by like a nap. It's not like they can send a Liver King back home and be like, look, man, just sleep it off for a day or two. Take it easy, rest. Like, the guy needs help. The guy needs help. You know, I don't like to really advocate for you know, people just going on medication because they had a few crash outs, but like, the guy might need some kind of chemical to balance him out. The Liver King's gone off the fucking deep end. And relatively out of nowhere, I kind of thought he was on like a quasi-redemption arc because, of course, there was, yeah, I just eat bull dick and I don't take steroids and I got this way by, you know, kids, if you eat lizard cunt, you'll look like I do. And everyone's like, he's full of shit. He's on so many steroids, it's coming out of his fucking eyeballs. And then they found out through leaked emails and shit that he was spending, what was it, like 15, 20 grand on steroids? A month, 15 to 20 grand a month on that physique. So bull nuts had nothing to do with it. He was just doing that part for fun. And then that kind of killed his whole vibe, killed his rise to fame. And then Netflix made a documentary on him and he seemed fine. I mean, he's way too fucking high strung, but you know, being way too high strung isn't a crime. But it seemed like for the most part, he had kind of settled into wherever he was going to be. And now this past weekend, he just went fucking insane, lost his mind, and now he's getting arrested in Austin. Budman says 5150 his ass. You might have to. I mean, if he has family that cares about him, they can have him put away. Rocco says, wasn't his family in those videos? So they should be ashamed for not getting him help. Yeah, I think that was, like, at least in the last video we showed yesterday, I think his wife and his kids were in that video. And you know what? You don't know the dynamics of someone's home, you know? You just don't know the dynamics of somebody's house, you know, who's in charge of what, who's doing what. But yeah, I don't think, on a wall suggesting maybe he was hangry. Cleveland Steamer says, was he eating canned lizard cunt? No, he does look, yeah, in fairness, I think he's the kind of guy who would eat, you know, fresh lizard cunt. I don't think he goes for that canned shit, the Liver King. I mean, it would really hurt his brand. I mean, the steroids people can forgive. Canned lizard cunt? No. Never. Never. Not in a million years. People would totally disavow the guy. But yeah, his family should step in. But again, you never know. You never know the dynamic. Rocco with a very good point. This happens when people have mental breakdowns. He goes, imagine the police have to shoot him. It would be a giant waste. It would be a huge waste if that's the way the whole Liver King thing went down. Thank you very much for the $5. Dig Bix. Thank you, Dig Bix. He says, glad your case is going to be over. Take care of yourself, bruv. Yeah, I am. I'm taking care of myself. That's number one. That's the thing I would say to everyone. Block out the bullshit and just take care of yourself. Because ultimately, you know, camping trips with my children, going on, doing the concerts with my kids, trips with my family, SP and I going to Florida, you know, seeing her after this is all done is going to be fantastic. All that stuff is real. That's the real shit. That's the good stuff. And honestly, literally everything else is complete bullshit. And if you just ignore the two things happen. One, you ignore the bullshit. It usually dies eventually. And two, those who still cling on to the bullshit usually just look like desperate, crazy people. And it's really a game you win by not playing. Balls Deep with 99 cents. Thank you very much, buddy. On we go. 09 Canyon says, the lesson for today, be more like a stripper. I don't think that's what I don't think you're going to solve the mental health crisis by behaving like strippers. I don't think that's going to happen. Thank you very much. All right, so the Liver King thing, look, it's not over yet. They've got him arrested. Maybe, I don't know what the rules are around, like, the cops arresting a guy and then, what kind of power they have to, like, make the guy go to a facility and cool off. Or if they can talk the family into maybe, making the guy get some help. I don't know. We do have a video story of the actual, not video of the arrest, but coverage of the local news there covering the Liver King's arrest.
Social media influencer known online as Liver King has been arrested in Austin, accused of making a terroristic threat.
Butt fucked in Boston. Oh, sorry. Anal in Austin.
Sources confirmed with KXAN.
Teabagged in Tennessee.
That the Brian Johnson listed in the jail log is in fact the social media influencer.
Because normal people without mental illness walk around with 2 giant kettlebells in public with no shirt on all the time. Can't believe none of us saw this coming. Can't believe none of us saw the guy who never wore a shirt, wore dad shorts with pockets constantly and walked around holding if you're either holding another animal's genitals or kettlebells in your hands at all times, you have mental problems and you need help. Let that be the lesson that we learn from all this. The lesson that we learn is that if you eat another animal's genitals or can't figure out how to put on a shirt in public, we should probably have you go talk to somebody.
Nearly 3 million Instagram followers.
Oh, well, shit, then he's innocent.
Is a Class B misdemeanor. Investigators have not confirmed who the alleged threat was made against, but in an Instagram video Johnson posted on Monday, he said in part, quote, "Joe Rogan, I am calling you out. My name is Liver King."
He said, "Joe Rogan, I'm coming for you."
Man to man, I'm picking a fight with you. I have no training in jiu-jitsu, but you're a black belt. You should dismantle me. And
so he's a drunk at a bar, essentially. Like, basically, the Liver King is a drunk at a bar. "Hey, Joe Rogan, I'm coming for you. I'm going to fight you. I got no training whatsoever. I'm going to fuck you up." Great. You know what they call that in pro wrestling? When the wrestlers go to bars and stuff, people are going to try them. You know, you get tried if you're a pro wrestler. And what they'll do is they'll go up to a bar, they'll pick a fight. "Yeah, you big tough guy wrestler, that's all phony shit." And like, you got to be ready to whoop a guy's ass to show him that you're not fucking around. And that's what's going on. Like with Liver King, he went out and he's like, "Joe Rogan, I'm going to fight you, blah, blah." And then he goes to where the guy lives. And you're like, okay, well, maybe we got to go get this guy. We can't have him running up on people's houses, trying to fight him because he thinks they're Joe Rogan. Hobo Chili Recipe says, just because you can lift doesn't mean you can fight. Exactly. I can't tell you how many like bodybuilder types I've been in a ring sparring with, and they just gas out so quick. They're just big muscle bound guys. They want to try boxing. So, "Yeah, boxing, man, I'm a big, strong guy." It's like, all right, I'm pretty sure I can kind of circle around you for about 45 seconds, just you'll be sucking hind tit by the end of the first round. And they always do. There's more to fighting than "I've got big muscles." Miss Tay says it's great that the onion circle jerkers are adding to the views and the algorithm on YouTube. Another win for the toe. Oh, are they really? All right. I know that it upsets them that I don't give them the attention they'd like, but I'm just so happy that everything's coming to an end today, that it's all done. I'm just so thrilled with that. I've made some mistakes in my life. I've kept feuds alive. I've let others keep feuds alive longer than they should have been kept alive. And I'm here today to let the whole thing die. And I'm very excited about that. Packer says people don't realize how badass Rogan is. He'd been KOing people in Taekwondo tournaments for years. Legit Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. Dude taught George St. Pierre how to kick properly. Joe Rogan is not a joke. There's a video of him doing heavy bag work and stuff and doing kicks. Now, I've never done the mixed martial arts thing. So I don't know what a good kick looks like and what it doesn't look like. But I know that when the kick connects and it sounds like a fucking shotgun going off, that usually means you're good at it. That usually means you're good at it. If it sounds like a gun going off every time your leg makes contact with something. 09 Canyon says aesthetic muscles versus functional muscles. You know who you always worry? This is who I always worry about. A guy who steps in the ring who's lean, doesn't have big muscles, but he's lean, and I outweigh him by about 25 or 30 pounds. Usually guys who are like 180, and they're lean and they're quick. I usually look at guys like that. I'm like, if this guy knows what he's doing in the ring, I'm going to have a fucking hard day today. Because they're quick. Speed kills. Muscles do nothing in boxing. You have a big muscle-bound guy, you're like, all right, this is going to be a lot easier. He'll be slow. He'll be a stationary target. Those big muscles are not going to allow you to have the flexibility to move your head when you punch. But you get those smaller guys who, once you cross about 170, 175, you can pack a punch. You can pop. A guy like 160 and under, you can kind of let them tee off on you a little bit. It's not good for your defense. But you get a guy who's about 170 and up, and if they're lean and quick, you could be fucked. You could be fucked. Ryan the Garbage Man says, so the guy in your first fight. Guy in my first fight, I had been sparring for a few months. And he was a semi-pro football player. It's like a running back or wide receiver, and had been boxing for years. It was just not. It's not. I had no business being in there with that guy. At that point, now I'd be fine, but back then, oh boy. All right, let's get into the Candace. We have a lot of Candace Owens stuff today. Digbick says Evander had a bodybuilder type body. Right. And if Evander Holyfield didn't have the chin, the endurance, and the heart that he did, Evander Holyfield would have been what he was from the late 90s to the mid 2010s. And that is a fucking punching bag. Like as far as Evander Holyfield goes, heart, determination, grit, and counterpunching ability. That's what caused Evander to be a great fighter. Once he lost just a little bit of that skill, he was just a big body. He was just a big, muscly guy. And he got his fucking head caved in for a good decade. About a decade. Let's go into the Candace Owens stuff. So I talked about it last night on the show when I said, God damn it, stop making me feel sympathy towards, what's his name? Towards Nick Fuentes. I kept saying, stop making Nick Fuentes right about everything. Stop making Nick Fuentes, putting him in a position where he's making good points. And I'm starting to feel that way about Candace Owens. I always thought Candace Owens was kind of a joke because Candace, people don't realize Candace Owens rose to fame by creating an app that basically snitched on people for cancel culture, creating some app that would snitch on their whole social media history. And that was kind of the thing that introduced her to the world. But then she became, she did the conservative grift and she did the based thing. Well, then a weird thing happened to Candace Owens. She gets this job with the Daily Wire. She becomes part of the Ben Shapiro machine. And she kind of gets this fame that, kind of like that Brett Cooper that she never really earned. She just kind of got, she got chosen. Then a weird thing happened with Candace Owens where she started to think for herself. And once she started to think for herself, she started to go against Ben Shapiro. She started to disagree with Ben Shapiro. And she was one of the first people that kind of made us realize, oh shit, Ben's basically running a thought cult. And if you break from Ben Shapiro too far, you're going to be persona non grata at Daily Wire. Candace Owens started talking shit about Israel. Ben couldn't take it. He cut her loose. And then, caterpillar into butterfly, Candace Owens comes out of it, based as all hell, her own opinions, talking a bunch of shit, getting people riled up, not backing down, and she's kind of gained a little more respectability in the last couple of years. She's pissed off Dave Portnoy, which already, in my opinion, makes her good. Because, Dave Portnoy's not fall from grace, he's always going to be a super wealthy guy. And not fall from grace in terms of, popularity, but fall from grace in that the people who respected him and kind of pushed him forward fan-wise are kind of jumping ship because Dave Portnoy now all of a sudden wants to be the speech police when it's jokes and it's commentary that he doesn't like. He's fallen for this trap that everybody, they get enough money, they get fuck you money, and they say fuck you, and they say fuck you to people that helped them get there. It pisses people off, and there's a publicity backlash. And with Dave Portnoy, this was a guy who's made edgy jokes. He's his old Barstool Sports was supposed to be the counter to like ESPN and Deadspin and all these other places. And now he makes a bunch of money, and now people want to make jokes about things that he's sensitive about, and now he wants to cut that shit off. That's the worst thing you can do. Look at like Jimmy Kimmel. Is Jimmy Kimmel hurting? No, Jimmy Kimmel's doing great. But he lost a lot of the respect from people who got him to where he was, and he was seen as less of maybe like an artist or a purist, and he was kind of a commercial fraud because here's a guy who did blackface, here's a guy who did the Man Show, and now he's doing the close the door behind him thing. Sarah Silverman did a similar thing. Amy Schumer did a similar thing. You take the base of people who got you there, you trade them for a mainstream audience, and instead of just quietly doing that, like I think Taylor Swift did that perfectly, she kind of abandoned her country audience and went pop, but she didn't like rub it in their face. Instead, people like Portnoy and Silverman and others and Jimmy Kimmel, they like very publicly humiliate the people who got him there and then close the door on him. iDubbbz did a similar thing too. And it causes people to lose respect for you. So now Dave Portnoy is going after Candace Owens in this next clip. And again, all of this is based on the Israel-Iran thing. And I don't know how you can look into this Israel-Iran thing and not see Israel as the aggressor. And, you know, the bullshit arguments you hear of like, oh, well, so then you support Iran. I'm like, no, not at all. I hate the Ayatollahs. I wish we never would have created them. And we did by overthrowing Mossadegh in the 50s, continuously backing the Shah, even as he tortured and beat his own people. The Islamic Revolution came out of that, our interference in the Middle East. So Dave Portnoy has his problems with Candace Owens, and it all stems from shit that, you know, Dave probably doesn't even fully understand.
I will say she's a lunatic. This is somebody who grew up their entire life, like, I'm pretty sure pretty left. Like, enough
right.
Where people, if they said something mean about her, she created a doxing website.
Yes.
Like, literally, and then she got shamed for that. Like, if you said something mean, you get canceled. Then one day she woke up, she's like, this isn't getting me the views. I'm going. She went extreme left to extreme right.
Isn't that amazing, Dave? Wouldn't it be really shitty if you, like, made your whole thing on like censorship is bad, people should be able to joke about what they want, people should be able to talk about what they want, and like that like one day they just decided to go the complete opposite of that because you know it benefited them? That would be fucking crazy, right, Dave? Boy, it's like, is it like looking at, do you like understand and notice Candace Owens so well because it's like looking in a fucking funhouse mirror?
Like bang, like snapped her fingers. But she said, if Trump said we're going to like get involved, you should, and you're in the military, you should dishonorably discharge if you're in the military. That's like, you go to jail for that. It ruins your life. It's the most insane, and they just say idiotic things like this and move along.
You don't necessarily go to jail for asking the military for a discharge. You don't. Especially if you do it on, what do they call it? Conscientious objector. You don't go to jail for that. There's a process where you can leave the military as a conscientious objector and they will let you do it. You're full of shit, Dave.
Like it literally is like go commit a crime. Like
something happened with Portnoy. Like it's just, I listened to him. It's not like he changed positions on shit. Like that happens a lot, especially as you get older. You know, as you get older, you know, you might change your opinion on stuff because you have kids or you get married or whatever the case is. You know, you might change your opinion. This is different. This is like a wholesale shift in personality in Dave Portnoy. Like he's becoming a guy he would argue with 10 years ago. Stevie Lou now Stevie Lou's doing the steel toe clipping. It says life lessons and platitudes from Aaron Imholt. All right, what did I do? If you're either holding another animal's genitals or kettlebells in your hands at all times, you have mental problems and you need help. I actually stand by that. I like it when people clip my stuff and have me play it back, because when they do, I get to kind of analyze it and go, oh, did I go too far? Like I watch that clip and I go, fucking nailed it. I stand by that 100%. Wally World with $5 says, how would you do in the ring versus Liver King? I don't think Liver King has any of the necessary skills to be in a boxing ring. I don't think the Liver King should be fighting anybody. He should be. There's no the Liver King is not a threat to anyone physically in like in a sanctioned fight setting. Liver King is definitely a danger to people just from being a loose cannon crazy person. That's a little bit different. $10 from Doorman says, I can't wait for the Carmelo Anthony loot riots. Carmelo Anthony got charged with first degree, and thank you, Doorman, for the $10. Carmelo Anthony got charged with first degree murder in the stabbing of Austin Metcalf. If you didn't see that yesterday, that I think we all kind of understood that. We all kind of knew that was going to happen. Apparently there's video of the stabbing. There's surveillance video, and it shows that there was no struggle. There was no fight. There was no self-defense. He just came up and he fucking stabbed the guy. Some people are arguing, they're saying, well, I don't understand. Why did he get charged with first-degree murder? How could it be premeditated when it happens like that? I think they're charging him with the first-degree murder because ultimately I think they want to plea this down to second degree and just be done with it. I don't think they want to have a crazy trial because of all the racial overtones of the thing. So they're hoping maybe this guy he has an attorney that goes, look, man, you're fucked. Like, let's try to get the best deal we can, and let's try to get you out of prison in 10 to 15 years. That's about it. 10 to 15 years. Manslaughter, murder 2, something like that. He's 18 years old? Yeah, we'll have you out of jail by your mid-30s. You can enjoy that GoFundMe money. I think that's what they're trying to gear it towards, because if you have a trial for this guy, it's going to become a spectacle, and whether it's a guilty verdict or a not guilty verdict, people are going to burn shit down. It's unfortunate that our legal system has to operate that way, because that means it's compromised from Jump Street, but these are human beings, and they're going to want to get out of this with as little headache as possible. Let's go to this person texting in, says, my wife really likes Candace Owens, and she is more racist than me. Well, that sounds like a lovely relationship that the two of you have. 2:45 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much for your contributions. Doing great. I can't complain. Keep chipping in. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. You guys have set a nice little pace for today. Here's a little 1-minute rant from Candace Owens. And by the way, I believe this 1,000%. I have no problem believing her. I do think there are organizations out there that are paying people to trash Candace Owens and trash Tucker Carlson. That they're paying influencers to make videos being critical or just straight up shit on them, because Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson are kind of leading the mega charge for not getting involved in the Middle East, not getting involved in Israeli wars. And they're waking a lot of people up to the fact that Israel has us by the balls. And what's nice about this is the old cries of anti-Semitism aren't working anymore, because it's not anti-Semitic to be against your country engaging in wars to benefit another country. There is nothing anti-Semitic about that. In fact, doesn't even make you anti-Israel. Am I anti-Israel? Not really. Am I pro-Israel? Not really. I see Israel the way I'd like to see Pakistan. They have their own country. They have their own security needs. They have their own concerns, and they should be allowed to address those however they'd like to. I don't want to be involved. This is why George Washington said, avoid entangling alliances. I don't want to vouch for somebody and then the debt's on my head. And that's all we do with Israel, is we consume their problems, make them our own, and we pay the big consequence for it. So I think that the Tucker Carlsons and the Candace Owens of the world have been doing a great job of battling back. It used to be, hey, I don't want to fight these wars for Israel. Anti-Semite. All right, I'm back. Now people are going, not in the least. I don't dislike Jews. I don't hate Jews. Hell, I don't even think Israel needs to listen to us when it comes to who they feel they can attack and who they can't attack. I just don't like rubber stamping it, and I don't want to fund it. That's all. It's America first. That's all it is. And I don't like that people with dual citizenship are lobbying my government, not as foreign agents, but as Americans, and trying to drag our country into another country's war. I think that's disgusting, and I don't think you can call yourself a patriot. I don't think you can call yourself American. You certainly can't call yourself America first if that's how you're going to be. So Candace Owens says she has evidence of this, or she's heard rumor of this, and now she's offering money to anyone with proof. And I'll play this. You decide if you buy it, but I sure do.
That somebody reached out to me, someone that I trust very much, and said, Candace, just want you to know, we're on opposite sides of this thing, but there's money behind this pro-Israel movement.
Anybody else thinking it's Cenk Uygur from the Young Turks? It's 100% Cenk Uygur from the Young Turks. And I like that people go like, I'm not going to tell you who it is, because like that is how you get good information. You protect your sources. That's journalism 101. But it's 1,000% Cenk Uygur. Cenk Uygur always kind of knows who's paying who and who's giving who money and where these political movements are coming from. I mean, it's kind of his whole life. So I 1,000% believe she's talking about Cenk Uygur told her, like, look, there's organizations that are paying influencers to shit all over you.
This thing, but there's money behind this pro-Israel movement. Billionaires and Israeli billionaires reached out, asked so-and-so to make a video that is pro-Israel. And then an influencer reached out and said that people are being offered money to make anti-Candace and anti-Tucker videos, up to $1,000.
Nice, righteous bucks. Who are you going to get for $1,000 though? Like denims? Like what kind of, I mean, like what influencer is going to be swayed by $1,000? Like your integrity is only worth $1,000. I mean, that doesn't really, I don't know how much reach you're going to get for that.
For a micro influencer, that's a lot of money. This person has got to have a lot of money, whoever's behind this. And so today we did something because we're so interested is we put a bounty out, $10,000 for an influencer that got paid, a micro influencer. Don't care if you're micro. You email tips@CandaceOwens.com and show us the concrete email of who paid you to make a
tips. I was about to send an email to the wrong place.
Video about me and Tucker and to say that we must be funded by Qatar because that's the disinformation campaign that's happening right now. And we'll give you $10K, no questions asked. I don't care if you already made the video. We will not ever reveal your name. You can go on and live your life. Okay. Promise that.
I mean, it's good. I mean, if there's people out there that are bribing people basically to try to discredit Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson, I'd like to find out who they are so that if they do any kind of media stuff or they do interviews or they try to be influencers on their own, we know that they're full of shit and we know they're corrupt and we know they're compromised. I think it's important to out people like that. That's such a weird, like shitty clandestine way to go about things. That's what tells me you have no argument and that you need to rely on propaganda, that you're paying other people to do your dirty work for you. It's fucking horseshit. McBuster says they keep trying to gaslight people into taking sides. Israel and Iran are savage sand people and exactly the same. Well, yeah, there's that thing where like, if you don't like this, you must like this. It's like, no, I'm America first and I don't give a shit about any of them. First of all, it is retarded for America to be afraid of anyone. We have by far, like, okay, let's say nukes didn't exist. Even China is not a threat to us militarily. We would fucking annihilate China. Not even close. The only thing they've got is manpower. We've got better technology. We've got more missiles. We've got better quality of weapons. We have better technology. We're just miles above because we spend so much more money than any of these people do. And then we're going to sit here and shake in our boots like, oh, what if Iran gets a nuclear weapon? Fucking Joseph Stalin had nuclear weapons. Mao Zedong had nuclear weapons. You know, fucking truly crazy people have had nuclear weapons, but they also have a sense of self-preservation. The Ayatollahs in Iran, Russians in Afghanistan, Wheel of Fortune, Sally Ride, you can give them all nukes. They're all going to not want to use them. Everybody wants nukes to be defensive. Everyone wants nukes because they feel like it shields them from people fucking with them if they have a nuke. It's worked for North Korea. They're poor as a church mouse. Their people are starving, but the United States ain't going in there and fucking with them because they know they got nukes. And that whole I'm a crazy guy thing, it kind of works when you have nukes to keep people away from you. But there's only one country that's used nuclear weapons, atomic weapons, in the theater of war. Us, we're number one. We're number one. We're number one in nuclear fallout. So This idea that, oh, if Iran gets the bomb, they're just going to start dropping it on Jews willy-nilly. Horseshit. So the United States getting involved in all this stuff, it's stupid. We don't have anything to worry about. We are fine. The only reason we get attacked by people is we keep sticking our big, fat, fucking red, white, and blue nose in other people's business when we have no reason to do it. Doggo Doesn't Die says they want nukes so they can have a seat at the big boy table. Exactly. Chips and Diff points out Joe Biden had nuclear weapons. Exactly. Joe Biden had nukes. Although, in fairness, I don't think he remembered he was president most of the time. So there is that. 2:45 away from today's goal. Guys, you have gotten off to a great start today. I will ask you to keep that run going so we don't run into the problem we always, well, not always. We've been doing very well lately. But the problem that we sometimes fall into, which is, 3 hours of amazing show and then 1 hour of, come on, guys, let's fucking get this moving. You guys are doing great so far. You're ahead of the game. Keep it up. 200 by 8:30. But, fuck it. We're at 2:45. Let's move that time frame up a little bit. Let's maybe go 200 by 7:30, 100 by 8:30, done by 9 something. I promise you we've got a great show today. You don't need to worry. So our second to the last Candace Owens clip we have for today, she had herself an argument with Piers Morgan, and it was really, really good. Piers Morgan is old-timey, pro-Israel, whatever Israel needs. He's that old generation of journalism where there's a good guy and there's a bad guy. And all those Muslims are the bad guys and all those Jews are the good guys, right? Whereas Candace Owens kind of has that more nuanced America first approach that her generation tends to take. This is an interesting clash of eras, if you will.
Zionism has brought us nothing but grief in America. Can you?
True. What and it shouldn't bring us anything but grief in America. There's nothing about Zionism that benefits the United States. The Jews should have a homeland in the Middle East, and it should be from here to here. Okay, that has, again, nothing to do with me. Go do whatever. In fact, Britain and France sticking their nose in the Middle East, kind of tipping the scales in favor of the Zionist invasion of the Palestinian Mandate is the West fucking around in something that doesn't benefit them. Now, a lot of that was based in anti-Semitism. In fairness, a lot of that was, get the fucking Jews out of here. Send them over to the Middle East. We don't have to fucking deal with them anymore. Like, this idea that Germany was the only country that hated Jews and one day out of nowhere, Hitler just went, ugh, fucking crazy, is a gross misunderstanding of history. Everybody in Europe and in the United States had large populations of people who didn't like Jews, didn't trust Jews. There was a lot of anti-Semitism. And they thought, let's kill two birds with one stone. We'll still have a little Western influence in the Middle East after we leave our colonial possessions and the Ottoman Empire falls apart. We'll still be able to kind of have a toehold in there if we let the Zionists go into the Palestinian Mandate and start buying up property and working on a nation of their own. But they also went, we can also get rid of some of these fucking Jews that we don't want running around here. I mean, to act like the colonial powers, the imperial powers after World War I were doing this out of benevolence towards Jews, it was all very much based in self-interest. This idea that Hitler was the only guy who just, everyone else was just loving the Jews, and Hitler came around out of nowhere and introduced the world to anti-Semitism. Complete and utter horseshit. Complete horseshit. And Candace Owens is right here. There's nothing about Zionism that benefits the United States.
Can you name one positive thing that Zionists have contributed to America?
Bro, they didn't even invent Velcro or anything. Like, that would have been nice.
Fighting these perpetual wars on behalf of Zionism has contributed to America.
But can you also recognize that Israel, placed where it is as a tiny thumbprint in the middle?
Now it just go, Piers doesn't answer the question. That is obnoxious, and that's an old school TV media trick too, is where someone goes, hey man, what has this done for us? And the person that gets asked the question knows the answer's gonna suck, and they kind of feel themselves being backed into a corner. Like, here's the sign of a dishonest debater. when instead of answering a question honestly, you're anticipating what they're going to say to your answer, and you're answering the answer that you're anticipating instead of answering the question. That shows a real lack of confidence in your position. And there would have been no problem if Piers would have went, well, Zionism hasn't really benefited the United States of America, but then again, it isn't designed to benefit the United States of America. It's what a certain sect of Jews feel is best for them. But he's worried then that Candace Owens will go, well, then why do we need to be fighting Israel's wars? Why do we need to be like babysitting them all the time? Why not just leave them to it if it doesn't benefit us? And Piers is anticipating that answer, so he's trying to tap dance away from it.
So I'll again ask the questions, Piers. I'm asking you because we're having a conversation. Yeah. Name something positive that our Zionist AIPAC foreign policy has brought to America.
Well, I think the positive side.
Careful, Candace. You're going to get kicked off the Daily Oh, never mind.
Of, if you want an answer about that, is that
no, she only asked you twice because it's kind of optional.
America has been Israel's steadfast ally because it recognizes as a country that Israel has been under an almost unique, multifaceted threat on its border.
They've started most of the wars in the Middle East. They've been the aggressor in most of these wars. They send Mossad out to these areas and they go, these guys will never fucking see it coming if we just, we could slap the shit out of them real fast and grab a bunch of land and then ask for a ceasefire. That's what we could do. And then they fucking do that. So this whole Israel is under unique threat. I think most Arab countries, if Israel went, we will have no more territorial expansion and we will give the Palestinians their own nation. Or we won't get in the way of the Palestinians having their own nation, as small as that nation could be. I think the rest of the Arab world would live in peace and they would be fine. This whole idea where if Israel stops fighting or if Israel stops invading and expanding or colonizing, then these other countries will just gang up one day and they'll wipe them off the map. Do you know how much work it is to wipe a country off the map and then you have to rebuild that country? The only country fucking dumb enough to do something like that historically has been us. No other country does that where they go, let's go in, let's topple an entire government, let's radicalize an entire population, and then let's try to pacify that population over the course of the next 10 years. Syria, Egypt, Iran, Lebanon, they ain't got that kind of money. So no, they don't want it. Every time these countries have gone to war with Israel, their whole thing has been stop taking more land and stop fucking bombing us. That's it.
For a very long time from people that want to destroy it. And you know that
you're going to have to show me that evidence. Where is the evidence that a nation state that has the ability to wants to destroy Israel? Wants to destroy it completely. You can say, oh, well, Hezbollah or Hamas. Hezbollah or Hamas can't. They can't do, they can, a 4-year-old could stand down the block and go, I want to kill the fucking garbage man. That doesn't mean it's a legitimate threat that the garbage man has to worry about. It's a 4-year-old.
You may not see that as a benefit, but Israel has been very supportive to the United States.
How? Oh, wait. How? I know we've been very supportive to them. How have they been supportive to us? They sent a fucking financier. They sent a billionaire mogul to blackmail our leaders and our captains of industry and ply them with underage hookers and plane rides to an island. How have they been good to us? I'm sorry. I see the Israel-America relationship as a very one-way relationship with not a lot of reciprocation.
In many ways, right? So why shouldn't America...
I just want something concrete that has been benefit. Like, we got better in America.
Remember, the question was, hey, Piers, can you throw me one thing, one benefit, one specific thing that Zionism has brought to America?
In this way, just name something. Gas prices, just something that the average American...
I see Zionism the same way I see communism. I don't think it's a great idea. I don't think it contributes to equality or world peace or anything like that. But I'm not going to sit here and stand in a country's way if they want to become communist. I'm not going to stand here and stand in a country's way if they want to be a Zionist country. Just don't expect me to get involved and don't go bombing your neighbors and invading other people.
relate to.
Well, you're not
It's
going
an
to
opportunity
have a correlation between Zionism and gas prices in America, of course.
Fuck that. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. What Israel's doing to Iran right now is backed by the ideology of Zionism, and it's raising our fucking gas prices. Come on, Piers.
You're not.
No, I'm just giving you an
obviously
example. To just tell me one thing that
tangible
because what your
benefits.
argument here is like, well, you get a pat on the back and you can say that you helped this country, which was formed in 1948 by pretending to be refugees, if you will, and being invited into the homes of Palestinians, the horrific story
Well, they weren't
of what
pretending
happened.
to be refugees. They were people fleeing a Holocaust.
No, they fucking weren't. The Holocaust happened towards the end of the whole process. The Zionist movements in the Middle East were happening around, if not before, World War I. Stop with the bullshit. Israel was not created because of the Holocaust. Holocaust or no Holocaust, we were getting in Israel. Oh my God, the people who don't understand basic history and who should fucking go back to school.
Let's be clear.
Again, none of this is a criticism of Jews. None of this is even a criticism of Israel. It's just, let's lay out the facts, point out what it actually is, and then we can, that helps us move forward.
Let me finish my statement.
What do you mean
When I say
pretending to be refugees?
Let me finish my statement.
Pretending to be refugees. They went to the Middle East with a stated goal of buying up land, annexing areas, and using it as a springboard to found an Israeli nation state. They weren't pretending to be refugees. What Holocaust were they running from in the 20s and 30s? Please.
I say pretending to be refugees and being invited into the home, you would think that these people were helpless and were going to be grateful to the people that hosted them. People like Muhammad Hadid, Bella Hadid and Gigi Hadid's father, who was an infant at this time in his mother's arms. She had just given birth. They had invited these refugees because of the goodness of their heart. And then one day they return home and their doors are locked and they are told that if you try to enter, you are going to be shot and killed.
Fucking squatters' rights, bro. Look at that. The next time you try to tell a squatter in somebody's home, hey, man, this ain't going to end well for you, he can be like, fuck that, dude. The Jews got a country out of it. I can pull this off.
That is the reality of how Israel was established as a state. Okay, that is not a stain that you can wipe from history. Most Americans growing up actually believe what happened was that, okay, it was a little messy. That's what happens after wars. Borders get changed. But at the very least, they were given money. I mean, you've lived here for hundreds of years. Here's money for your property. No, that's not what happened. They were forced out of their homes at gunpoint.
Listen,
and it's wrong. So we get to be the nation, pat on the back. According to you, the thing that America gets, let me finish. I'm going to let you finish. It's your show. We can, but let me finish. Your argument is that what we get to be is that nation that keeps supporting it as they continue to move their borders in this way. Now we're seeing that incursion into Gaza, and we are certainly going to see it by the end of this administration in the West Bank, because like I said,
and the only thing that can stop Israel from eventually taking the West Bank and Gaza Strip away from the Palestinians is the United States of America stepping in and saying, guys, we're not going to let you do this. And don't hold your breath. Don't hold your breath on that one. Deutsch Chad says Aaron's eyes are opening. It's not about your eyes opening or anything like that. What it's about is just seeing the shit that's going on and calling it out. And I don't believe in the whole anti this or pro that. Like, if you're anti this, you're pro this. Or if you're pro this, you're anti this. Like, you can be America first and you don't have to hate Jews or hate Israel. You can be America first and you could go, I want to treat Israel the same way I treat Sri Lanka. I don't want to be hooked up with anything they're doing. I will join a country in something if I feel it benefits my country. I'll be honest with you. I would not have gotten involved in Bosnia. I would not have gotten involved in Somalia. I would not have gotten involved in Kosovo. I would not have gotten involved in the second Iraq War. The first Iraq War, there were so many countries who were in on that one. I mean, honestly, with us having the biggest military and the most money, I mean, maybe I would talk to other nations in the region and I would say, you guys are all against this, right? Do you guys think you could form like the Arab League could take care of this? Like this could be a regional problem and you guys could all push Saddam Hussein out of Kuwait and just do it that way? Do we have to commit our white Christian soldiers in a Muslim land where, their welcome's going to be worn out pretty fucking quick? Do we really need to commit troops to this? I don't know. If I had, been running the show, there's a lot of shit we've done over the last 40 years I wouldn't do. That doesn't mean you're anti-Kuwaiti. That doesn't mean you're anti-Bosnian. That doesn't mean you're anti-Kosovo. It just means they're not my countrymen. I don't remember when you decide to intervene militarily, you're going to ask your countrymen to go die. And do I feel comfortable asking my countrymen to go die for something that does not influence my life or my country's life at all? No, I don't feel comfortable doing that. Sorry. So that was the Candace Owens, Piers Morgan thing. And I have to say, the next thing we have, the final Candace Owens thing we have today it's lighthearted. It's lighthearted, and I think we need that in these times. It's Owen Benjamin. Now, I don't know if you guys knew this or not, but Owen Benjamin knows how Candace Owens' relationship with her husband started. Now, I don't know where Owen gets this information. I don't know where Owen Benjamin gets his intelligence from, but the guy's, he's sharp as a tack. He knows his stuff. 2:45 away from today's goal. Do me a favor, guys. Please keep that moving. It has stagnated. I do get worried about that stagnation. I could rest on my laurels right now and go, hey, we're good until 8:30. We usually got to be down to 200. But I've just watched it too many times. Just worry the shit out of me late in the show. So just keep it going now. Give some memberships. Click the PayPal link, the Streamlabs, whatever. We are doing a dynamite. I'm fucking awesome at this shit. Throw in a couple of bucks. Keep the show moving along smartly. We would appreciate that, especially if you don't, typically get involved. Please do. If you don't have any money to throw at the show, hit the thumbs up, hit the subscribe, hit the follow. Please do all the free shit. Least you could do. I appreciate it. Here's our boy Owen. And Owen claims that he knows how Candace Owens met her husband. Now, I will say that Owen Benjamin, a lot of people have written Owen Benjamin off. They say, he went off to a farm and he went crazy. I think Owen Benjamin might be one of the best absurdists in the world of comedy right now.
All right. So some of you guys think that I'm exaggerating or being kind of mean when I talk about Candace Owens' husband finding her on Safari and purchasing her for a tin of rubber bands. Now,
it's such a retarded concept that it's actually brilliant. It's such a stupid fucking thing. Like, only a mad genius could think of it as a concept. Candace Owens was purchased on Safari by her husband for a tin of rubber bands. People's brains don't go to this shit.
That's how dare you? That's racist. No, I'll show you a video right now where this is Candace Owens' husband, and he is about to talk to you about how they met.
Tell us how you met Candace. This is a phenomenal story. You asked her to marry you 17 days after you met her, is that right?
Yeah, that's all right. That's fucking psychotic, buddy. So Candace Owens has a clingy, rich husband. We know that now. Asked her to marry you 17 days after meeting her. You can't possibly know someone well enough. People don't do business deals with people they've known for 17 days. That's just not enough time to properly vet someone. That's how you end up marrying a secret serial killer, by the way, is you ask them to marry you after 13 days.
Right, yeah. Tell us about this.
So
makes me feel like I take it slow in my relationships.
17 days total from when he first saw her with the tribesmen, and then he was engaged to her.
With the tribesmen.
And from the moment that I met her, I knew something was different. Like
she's black. No, it's not.
I looked at her and was like, this is a different woman.
What is it with British guys and really being into domineering black women? I wonder what that's all about. Like Prince Harry with Meghan Markle, this guy with Candace Owens. There's something the Brits like about the take charge American black woman.
To any woman that I meet her.
When he said he had never met anyone like her, it's because the British had not yet seen blacks.
This happened like 10 years ago. Candace Owens is like my age. This happened like this century.
Oh, well, it was so romantic. Really? Let's take a listen.
And she was giving a speech at the Royal Automobile Club, which is a club in Pall Mall in London. And I was in the audience. We met, we shook hands, and I just knew kind of when I met her, I was like, this is a woman who, she just commanded a power.
Listen to the music that Owen's got playing under this. Tell me that this guy just pulls this stuff out of his ass and there's no preparation and genius behind it. Stop. $2 from Cool Cut Casting. I get this guy going quite a bit. The proper way to vet a spouse: scout him in high school. Oh yeah, that's right. I did that. I scouted my second wife while she was in high school. Just wanting it to be true doesn't make it so, pal. But you know what I like about you is I'm always going to make you try harder next time. You need me.
It's very difficult to describe. Nothing romantic was said, for the
April's first words to me were goo goo gaga.
Between that day and the day that we got engaged, nothing romantic was said at all. There was no overtures. Like we didn't go for dinner. Like we didn't.
British people don't strike me as overtly romantic people. Like I feel like their dirty talk or their romantic talk or whatever would be way too prim and proper.
Take it. Nothing.
Send her flowers.
No, nothing. Yeah, nothing. Exactly. And
so in conclusion, a vampire-looking British lord named George Farmer, worth like $100 million, and I'm sure his family's history, is basically going to Africa to purchase things. Why would Candace marry him? I'll tell you why. Because she was purchased.
Jesus. But Owen, this didn't happen in 1792. This happened like during the Obama administration. This wasn't.
Just because she doesn't have a barcode on her forehead does not mean, guys, they didn't go to one dinner. I know actual prostitutes that make you take them to dinner. Candace Owens was so blown away by the inventions of George Farmer, like a rubber band, tying shoes, gunpowder she thought was a god. When George Farmer found her, she was from nothing.
The Big Bang Theory was on the air when this happened. I'm sorry. I don't mean to doubt Owen Benjamin. I don't mean to say that Owen Benjamin is wrong here. I don't mean to say that he's gotten bad information, but a lot of this does not check out on the timeline.
Would you like to hear his words?
Candace, as somebody who, again, built her own following, came from nothing, has...
Right. So, again, sometimes comedy is a great way to see the glaring truth that people aren't willing to see. Now, do I think it was actually on safari, like where she was on a zebra in Africa? No, that's the joke.
Owen's like, look, do I think she was riding on the back of a zebra during a safari? No, that would be insane. He purchased her for rubber bands. She thought gunpowder was a god.
Everything else is real, though. George Farmer bought Candace Owens in a loveless romantic exchange because he was enraptured by her black savagery.
What the fuck? Owen has a way of making you doubt yourself. So like he starts this thing and you're like, oh, and this is clearly ridiculous. And then he slowly buys into his own premise and you're like, holy shit, could this? No, of course not. This is silly.
And the sheer power so that he could take a back seat and allow his purchased animal to take center stage.
And I was very willing to let myself fade and give glory to her. You know, that's how.
Bro, it sounds like you're turning your wife like into a god, like they're Gozer or something like that. I mean, dude, it doesn't sound like a 50-50 partnership. You know, it doesn't sound like I worshipped her and I took a back seat. It really is the Prince Harry, Meghan Markle thing. Like this, I don't know what it is about these British dudes, but they find strong-willed black American women and then they just completely lie down for them. It's very strange.
I view our marriage in many ways. Like I'm very happy to take a secondary position to give glory to her. You know, I'm far less politically involved now than I was because
I'm sure she really respects you as a man taking that tact.
Much more politically involved than I ever could be. When I met her, she was this tour de force, you know, incredible mind, incredible beauty. I was so willing to just be enraptured.
The Lion King music is fucking killing me. I can't. Cool Cut Casting with 199 says, if you find snacks on your cell bunk, don't eat them. Oh, that's right. I forgot I'm going to jail.
To her. And that was really what.
Okay. So before you say, oh, how dare you, that's racist, I've never bought anyone.
Oh, you sound racist. Good. Yes. Yes, I am.
Her name was... Okay. Now you may be...
She has an American birth certificate, and I'm sure her name was Candace when she was...
tempted to say, oh, you've gone too far. That's pure racism.
Don't worry, Owen. I said that a long time ago. I didn't say that now.
No. I'm making something funny so that you can see the truth of it. If you don't want to see the truth that Candace Owens was purchased by a British lord, you have an option. You can say, Owen's obviously full of hate. No, I made something funny so that you can see something that's crazy. Candace Owens, a black woman from nothing, was purchased as a vessel for babies by a British lord in a loveless exchange after 17 days without a single meal. Okay, so I wouldn't listen to a goddamn word she says about anything except if she's grateful that the rain gods have given her water that she can drink that doesn't lead to diphtheria. Like, George Farmer doesn't see her as a human being.
It's true.
He's like, when I saw the beast, I was enraptured by the sheer brutality of the power. It's mind-blowingly creepy.
I mean, okay, there's where, like, the nugget of fact comes in, and now I have to make sure I'm not endorsing the tin of rubber bands theory. Because while I do believe Owen is right, that sounds like a creepy start to a relationship, I do not believe that Candace Owens was bought on Safari for a tin of rubber bands. So I agree with Owen that there's something fucked up about that relationship. It's very weird. George Farmer seems like a strange dude. And you know George Farmer is now in a relationship where if he ever wants to put his foot down ever, it's over. Like, he has no influence, no power. Again, when you build her up as like a god and you're a mere mortal, the power dynamic is such that you'll never be able to adequately stand up for yourself, or you'll basically be seen as like abusive at that point. And that's your fault, because you've built her up into such a thing that her being held to any kind of moral standard, holding her to any kind of moral standard, would make her think that she's being abused because you're holding her to like a human place where you've built her up here before. So he's right about that, but then you have to dig through the Lion King music and she has rain gods and she sees gunpowder as a god, Owen makes it hard to side with him. Owen makes it extremely, extremely difficult. That's all I'm saying. Thank you, Zen Man Builds, for the gifted membership. I appreciate that. $2 from King Kong Dong says, British sexy talk. Good day, mate. Could you? No, that's fucking It's Australian. British sexy talk. Good day, mate. Could you butter my biscuit? And after we can treat ourselves to tea. You're mixing up. You're mixing colonies, if you will. Mudbutt Beardo. I love this name. Give him a Hogan for the $20.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
I appreciate the steel toe haters who can't stand that we knock out goals all the time, saying that steel toe fakes donations. I have to say, if I fake donations, you have to admit I'm the biggest genius who ever lived, because who would make up Mudbutt Beardo? $20 from the Mudbutt Beardo. He says, hey, steel toe. Just wanted to say thanks because yesterday I stopped through a drive-thru to grab a bite to eat and you started talking about the trans crap. So nasty while you're eating. Anyways, good luck today, dude. I try to help. Dick Von Du says, translation, the pussy was fire. Yes, that's exactly what he's trying to say. Lab Glass says, holy shit, this is fucking horrible. Yeah, no, it's insane that Owen's brain works the way it does. How much does a Gabrielle Union go for these days? Well, she's a little long in the tooth at this point. She was very pretty in, what's the Jamie Foxx, Gabrielle Union, Breaking All the Rules, which, by the way, underrated flick. I never hear anybody talk about Breaking All the Rules. And Breaking All the Rules is the movie where I learned that a human being cannot bite through their own skin unless they're insane. Did you know that? You are not able, your brain will stop you from biting through your own skin as self-preservation. Can't do it. Now, that doesn't mean I want you to go out today and try to bite through your own skin like a fucking retard, but I learned that in that movie. And if you Google it, it checks out. You cannot bite through your own skin if you are in a sane mental state. Can you bite through your own skin? By the way, these are the Google searches they're going to find when you find out who I really am and when they dig up my backyard. Yes, a person can bite through their own skin, though it's not a common occurrence and often results from a condition called dermatophagia. Dermatophagia. It's true. Dermatophagia is a compulsive disorder where a person repeatedly bites or chews their skin, and usually around the fingers and nails. Oh, fuck, I might have that. Dude, my fingers are chewed the fuck up. Oh, no, I'm a dermatophag. Shit. While it's possible to break the skin with a bite, it's more common to cause damage like raw skin, bleeding, and discoloration. Exactly. So you can't, bite and... You can bite to the point where your skin breaks, but you can't bite through your own skin. Oh shit. So now I'm a dermatophag. That's no good. Thank you guys for those contributions. I appreciate it. We are 225 away from today. You know me. I say keep going. I say keep it moving. I say take that 225, keep it moving downward, just $5-10 at a time. 20s are great. Look, I'm not going to say that I'm, looking at 20s like they're bad. I love them. I think 50s are fucking swell. But honestly, we're at a point right now with as much time as we have left in the show where if you guys just keep up at this 5-10 at a time pace, well, this thing nailed in no time. So thank you very much. I do like being at about 200 by 8:30. So go for it. Let's continue on here. Our next clip is, we've kind of watched the right break away from Trump a little bit as he bombs these other countries. By the way, over 1,000 of you, according to Restream, checking out the show right now. Thank you. Hit like, hit subscribe. we've been washed. Oh, Hobo Chili says Aaron wants to fuck Mrs. Dash. She's very spicy. Stacey Dash in her day she was a gem. She was beautiful. You're absolutely right. So we're seeing a lot of people on the right kind of have this schism over the Israel-Iran thing. We're actually also starting to see the breaking on the left when it comes to the issue of illegal immigration. Now, we've been warning people about this too. You've had black voters voting for Trump in numbers never seen before for a Republican candidate. Latinos voting for Trump in numbers never before seen for a Republican candidate. And surprisingly, when you do the exit polling, a lot of them say it's because of his stance on immigration. Black people in the inner city are affected by illegal immigration because a lot of black people in the inner city, poor black people in the inner city, don't have a lot of education. And the jobs that they can get are limited due to that education. And the biggest competition they may have for those jobs is from illegal workers who are willing to work for less money. So it kind of prices poor minorities and poor whites, but poor minorities out of the workforce. And it fucks them over and it puts them on the welfare state. And they look at getting rid of illegal immigrants as a way for them to have a little bit more breathing room in the job market. So Donald Trump becomes an attractive candidate because they look at Democrats and they go, all these people have been doing is cutting government checks and telling us things are going to get better. And yet they never do it and just expect our vote. So this is Charlemagne on the Breakfast Club. I've always liked Charlemagne. To me is like the black Bill Maher. We're like, yeah, he's a liberal. Yeah, he's a lefty, but he's got some common sense about him. And this is and he calls white people mayonnaise. And at least that's fucking honest. At least he tells you how he feels. But, he's not one of these guys who fucking hates white people and then goes, no, I don't. He goes, yeah, I'm not really a big fan of the white. This is Charlemagne the God talking about immigration, and he is being a bad Democrat here in this clip.
Hear me out. Depends on what you did.
Depending on the crime.
Where you gonna send him?
I don't care. Depending on the crime. If you do a crime that's so heinous, let's say you go and you kill 7, 8-year-olds
or rape a child.
Jesus, guys, do we have to get to fucking... That is the weirdest thing where these arguments happen, where people are like, let me think of a crime they could commit. And they go to like the most disgusting places, and it's children. Every fucking time with these people, it's children. It's like, guys, stop. How about like you go into a gas station, you blow the attendant's head off? That's bad enough. That's a horrific crime to commit. But these people go like, imagine you commit a horrible crime. Like you kill 7, 8-year-olds, and then the other one goes, or you molest a kid. It's like, guys. Why is that the first thing our brain goes to? And then, what's worse, killing 7, 8-year-olds or killing 8, 7-year-olds? I say 8, 7-year-olds.
Mass shootings, right? Like the mass shootings, the school shootings.
I could care less where they send you.
Put him? You gonna drop him in?
I could care less.
See, that is an honest answer. Like all these bleeding hearts who act like they give a fuck, they just don't want Trump to do what he wants to do. So them going, well, where are you gonna put these people when you deport them? Not my fucking problem. Not my fucking problem where they send them.
He don't care.
I don't care. If you walk into a school and you kill 8, 7-year-olds, 8-year-olds, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't care where they send you. I hope that would be a deterrent.
I agree.
Hey, they're going to send your stupid ass to El Salvador now. I agree. You know what I'm saying?
But a trip you don't want, right?
What happens if you don't do it and they say you did it and they send your ass to El Salvador?
That's different. Well, you see what I'm saying? Yeah, but, as long as you got but you can say that with a bunch of things, though. You can say that.
Okay, but let's do that. Let's play that game. What if they say you did it and you didn't do it? Well, you're still here illegally. So you don't debate the you're here illegally part, just the other thing. Well, the being here illegally part's enough to send you off.
With the death penalty, you can say that with a bunch of different things.
Well, you got proof without doubt. I'm not mad at you.
If you
want to do a mass murder,
I got to hear more because this is the first time I'm hearing this, Morgan. I got to read more on it. Yeah, but just based off what you just said on the face,
right?
It depends on what you did.
You ain't too mad about it, huh?
No.
But you know,
but why should you? Like, this is what happens when you're in a room full of fucking crazy people. You feel crazy. Like, Charlemagne is giving like the most common sense answer you could possibly give to this whole thing. And these other people around him are looking at him like he's trying to set his own head on fire. They're like, "Wow, you're crazy. How could you say that?" He's like, and then you start to look around and you're like, "Am I nuts?" And you have to have the courage of your convictions to go, "No, I'm in a room full of crazy people." And it's hard to know the difference sometimes. But if Democrats don't get shit like this under control, like their laissez-faire attitude on immigration, they're going to continue to lose minority voters. They just will. Judge Jury says, no, I'm not worried about any internet horseshit. I think it's desperation on a group of people who want to see who their fantasies have been outpaced by reality and they're overcoping, I think is what's going on. But thank you for the $20. Give Judge Jury, says a Hogan.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
I am, and by the way, I just want to say, if you're overhyping today and it doesn't go the way you thought, please don't come to me to be your fucking therapist, because I tried to tell you. So I'm not interested in your need for a group therapy session. I'm sure there will be all kinds of streams today about, how terrible I am and how fucking awful I would go watch those. I ain't your daddy. I ain't your therapist. After today, I'm out. I'm done. Thank you very much to Walter. Walter with $70 says another fake donation. Thank you for the fake dono. Give that man an Olbermann for the $70.
They are afraid.
Thank you very much, buddy. So 70, I went to the wrong screen there, is going to put Walter. Oh, no, it's going to put Walter still in 5th place. I thought that was going to put him in 4th. Redbird is at 72. So let's put Walter on our board here at $70. Thank you very much, Walter. Holy shit, where does that put us today? 140 away from today's goal. Thank you so much. $140 away. We're way the fuck ahead. Push forward, finish it off, man. Fuck. Couple gifted memberships at a time. We got this thing all the way taken care of here on a beautiful Wednesday. Thank you very much, Walter. I appreciate that. Oh, I got lovely messages from SP this morning. I just got a lovely message from my mother and my father. That's very kind. Everyone's like, if you need anything, if you need anything, I've talked to my representation. It sounds like everything's pretty straightforward today. I'm all set. All set. Thank you for that $70, Walter. We appreciate that. Just a lot of people who care. Just a lot of people who give a shit. It's touching. It's very nice. I'm getting DMs from fucking strangers. People I don't know. They just, watch the show. They're like, oh, man, congratulations on everything being done today and all that. I'm like, thank you very much. I look forward to, burying the past and putting it in its proper place. That address or that my final speech today is going to be incredibly cathartic. That's going to feel really, really good to give that. I'm looking forward to that today. And then after that, that's the deal. It's like, if you bury the past and you put it behind you, then there's really nothing, there's no punishment today. Like, you only punish yourself by carrying on the past. But if you bury the past and you burn it and you kill it and it's done, then you just move on with the rest of your life and you behave yourself. It's really, really good. Bernie Sanders and Joe Rogan. This is another, like I told you, there's a lot of stuff I'm really excited about today. We got a Steve Bannon clip that I think is really good. But the rest of it, Hulkamasha Baby says, they said, and I quote, "Way to pull your head out of your ass, Aaron. Almost done. Thank you. Thank you. We have a Steve Bannon clip coming up that I'm very excited about. It kind of highlights this big civil war that's going on. And also, do we even have like total confirmation that this ceasefire is good? Are they still throwing bombs at each other back and forth? Oh, look at this. More now more people. You got this, boss. Thank you very much. Good luck today. Now, because I mentioned it, even more people are starting to send me messages. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Walter is in the cuck chair. Yeah, there are people who want me to make 5th place the cuck chair because you're on the outside looking in. I don't know. After this, we launch your independent bid for governor in 2026. Oh, yeah. I mean, think of the publicity. That's going to be great. Yeah, what's going on over? It's so hard to parse through the bullshit on the Iran-Israel stuff. The Iranian parliament, oh boy. The Iranian parliament has officially passed a bill to suspend all further cooperation with the International Atomic Energy Association. Yay! That's going to bring us so much closer to peace, as if Iran withdraws from the International Atomic Energy Agency. Fuck. It's almost like one side goes, like the two sides agree on peace, and then they both yell psych at the same time. That's how this whole thing has been going. We have a rare sight tonight as one of the two. This was about 6 hours ago. A rare sight tonight as one of only 2 of the U.S. Air Force's TC-135W Stratolifters has crossed the Atlantic bound for Europe. The TC-135Ws, both of which are attached to the 55th wing of Offutt Air Force Base, Nebraska, are used as a platform to train crews in the Rivet Joint Signal Intelligence Aircraft. I'm starting to not understand a word I'm reading. With some training capabilities also for the RC-135U Combat Scent Electronic Surveillance Aircraft. I don't know what that means. I do know that Iran telling the International Atomic Energy Agency to fuck off is not good. Not good at all. $5 from Zenman says, where can I send funds for your commissary accounts to? New Boot Goofin. Thank you very much. 135 is the number for today. Thank you again for your generosity. Keep that generosity going because we are almost done with that pesky little goal. This is, hold on. Not approachable, not it's King Kong Dong. All right, King Kong Dong, congrats on today. Now no more, but no more. Yeah, no more ballyhoo, if you will. Thank you. Hobo Chili says 4 C-17s just left MacDill at the same time. That's not good. Fuck. It's, here's hoping nothing happens. But boy, we all got really excited at that ceasefire, didn't we? Holy shit. Joe Rogan had Bernie Sanders on his show. You know what's wild about the way the news is going now is Bernie Sanders on Joe Rogan's show any other week of the year is like the biggest news. But you got the Liver King going fucking crazy. Tucker and Candace Owens fighting with Mark Levin and Ben Shapiro. Israel and Iran. The president said fuck. Ethan Klein is suing people. So like Joe Rogan interviewing Bernie is all of a sudden like, wake me up when something happens. But Joe Rogan had Bernie Sanders on his show, and there were some really interesting moments in this podcast. It was one of the first times that Bernie Sanders actually talked to someone who would push back on his ideas, where Bernie Sanders would say something and someone would go, I don't know, Bernie, that sounds like bullshit. And, credit to Joe Rogan, he did that. We have 3 clips from the Rogan Bernie Sanders podcast The first clip is obviously the hypocrisy that the Democratic Party showed with Joe Biden and his age. If you don't know this, Bernie Sanders is 83 years old. And he's still in the Senate. He's still doing his thing. In credit to him, he's sharper than Joe Biden. Joe Rogan makes that comparison, though, and it seems to make Bernie a little uncomfortable. Although Bernie Sanders, in fairness, is like perpetually uncomfortable, like all the time.
You going to run for president again?
I am 83 years of age.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I'm not sure.
Right. That used to be, oh, you're 83. Well, fuck. You're not even in politics anymore. I love how this asshole's like, I'm 83 years old. I'm not running for president again. But you'll take up a seat in the Senate? So a 4-year term as president, that's fucking insane. But a 6-year term as a senator, well, yeah, I mean, I can do that. I mean, why don't you just tell me that your job is bullshit?
The American people will be enthusiastic on somebody's 108.
You're still very with it.
Thank you.
You are.
Well, you know.
I mean,
why do communists always, why are they all incapable of finding combs? Like, I don't know what it is about communists. There's like a rule where their hair has to be all over the place. Like they have to have crazy psycho hair.
You're a couple years older than Biden.
Yeah.
Right? Think of that.
Yeah.
You could be off a lot worse.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
So.
Oh, boy. They still don't like talking about that Biden mental acuity thing, do they? Ooh, that is still a sore spot for them. Yeah, I mean, you could be a lot worse off. I mean, Biden's fucking mush brain, right? Right. Look. So anyway, I came here today to talk to you about elk hunting, and that's what I'm really fascinated by.
Yeah. You could be off a lot worse.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. I love that first. You're like, all right. That's like when your parents, like, you know, you were like when you were in your 20s and you would get drunk for one of the first times at a family event. And you would just start talking to your parents the way you normally do, like joking around, but you're around like your prim and proper relatives or your parents' friends. And you're like, hey, Dad, remember that joke I told you about the 2 Mexicans and the thing? And I'm like, yeah. Anyway, look, I know we were talking about our 401k plans at work a little bit ago. It's like, no, Dad, remember? Because, like, which one's going to eat the worm in the tequila? Okay, it's fine.
Yeah.
Right? Think of that.
Yeah.
You could be off a lot worse.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
It's like the Curb Your Enthusiasm music has to play behind the end of that clip. Ew, boy. There's like a weird honesty in Bernie that I can't hate. There's something about Bernie. I don't know if it's because he's like a grandpop. I don't know what it is, but there is something about Bernie Sanders that I just can't bring myself to be like, I fucking hate Bernie Sanders. He's dog shit, blah, blah, blah. His ideas may be garbage and his political positions may be horse shit, but like there's a realness about Bernie Sanders that I just can't bring myself to hate the way that some people do. Rebecca with $10. Thank you very much. Rebecca says, I'll be tuning in tonight to hear about your big day. Hopefully you'll be around to do it. I'll be fine. I will say though, you probably won't get me talking a lot about it tonight. When I say I'm done after today, I'm done. Life's too short to fucking, go to jail over petty beefs. And so therefore after today, I think that, quite frankly, the whole thing got overblown for reasons obviously beyond my control. But from day one, I've been craving the day that it's over and I can put it to bed and I can put it behind me. And a lot of it's been therapy, but a lot of it's also very recently been going, anger and hatred will get you nowhere. Let that shit go, bury it, give forgiveness even if people aren't asking it, ask for forgiveness even if people don't want to, and call it a day. Let's bury everything today in life in general. And so tonight, I'm sorry if you're not going to get like a 2-hour gossip session, but I'm way too happy for a 2-hour gossip session. I'm just way too thrilled with just where life is in general for me to, dive into a dark place and just live that. That's a choice. Like choosing to go to a dark place and stay there and thinking it gives you some kind of power. That's a choice, and it's a bad one. Let's go to, we got more Bernie Sanders clips. So that was the first one. That was a little appetizer. Now we're going to get into, we've got a good Bernie clip. We got a clip where Bernie Sanders is being really, really honest about the way American government works. And then the other one, and this might be my favorite, the next one might be my favorite Bernie clip. It's Bernie Sanders being confronted by Joe Rogan on climate change. And oh God, is it perfect. All right, here we go. This is Bernie Sanders on AIPAC. Bernie Sanders, of course, Jewish himself, but I don't think Bernie's a Zionist.
Hamas is a terrible terrorist organization. They killed 1,200 people, which in a small country like Israel is a lot of people. Terrible, terrible attack. It's a war crime. Israel had a right, in my view, to defend itself.
Oh, never mind.
But the Netanyahu government did not have a right to kill 52,000 people in Gaza.
Holy
wound
fuck.
Over, well over 100,000. And right now, as we speak, Joe, children are starving to death because of
the blockades.
Israel's blockades.
Yeah.
Starving to death.
That is like one of the grossest things. Like Israel claims they're trying to keep weapons out of Gaza. They're trying to keep weapons out of the West Bank and shit. And it's like, well, yeah, but Iran is getting them those weapons, via land, not via the sea. And sometimes, my skeptical mind says that a lot of this blockade is meant to literally starve out the Arab inhabitants of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip so Israel can move in and take it. I hope that's not the case, but it's hard for it not to look that way sometimes because children literally do starve to death because of this blockade. Then you add in the bombing and you add in the settlements and all of this other shit. And it really is at best, like in the best faith argument I can present, it's a willful disregard of human life. And at the worst faith approach, it's a designed destruction of human life to create living space. Either way, it's bad, and we should find a way to stop it.
And I brought forth 2 resolutions, which basically were very simple, and they said no more U.S. military aid to Israel under these conditions. One vote got 15 votes in the Senate, the other one got 16. Do you think that members of the Senate do not know what's going on in Gaza? The kids are starving to death. The innocent people are being shot down right and left. They know it. Why do you think I couldn't get more votes?
They wouldn't vote against Israel.
Right.
It's political suicide.
Now you're talking.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, this is why it's such a bullshit argument to say if you criticize Israel, it's anti-Semitism. Bernie Sanders is Jewish. There's nothing inherently wrong with Bernie Sanders being Jewish. Any more than there's nothing wrong with Ilhan Omar being Muslim or George W. Bush being a Christian. There's nothing wrong with any of that. And that, I think we're kind of seeing the problem when you give a country an official religion. Like if you made the United States official religion Christianity, it just opens you up to too much hypocrisy regarding your faith because there's a lot of things you need to do as a country that go against the tenets of a religion. And, Bernie Sanders is a Jewish man. And there's kind of this, it's kind of the same bigotry that black people that don't fit a stereotype face. Black guys who don't fit a certain stereotype get called all kinds of different names by other black people, and it's racist and it's wrong. People like Bernie Sanders might even get called anti-Semitic by Likud, right-wing Jewish people in Israel. And it's because he's a Jewish man who doesn't believe that Israel should be stomping around in the West Bank and Gaza Strip. And I don't think that's fair.
Right. So in the Republican side, you have moneyed interests saying you speak up against Trump, you're out of here. In the Democratic side, you speak up against the Netanyahu government, you're out of here as well. And they have been successful. You have super PACs like AIPAC spending a fortune.
Yeah.
You stand, and they have already knocked off a number of members of Congress, good members of Congress, and they will do it again.
They're going to primary Marjorie Taylor Greene 100%. Especially that shit Marjorie Taylor Greene said about Kennedy yesterday. That shit that she said about JFK yesterday, AIPAC's definitely going to primary her. And we might, in 2026, it might be the farewell to Marjorie Taylor Greene, which I've never been a big fan of hers, but still, that'd be kind of shitty if that's how she lost the gig. I mean, have her lose the gig because she's nuts.
So all I'm saying is you got a corrupt campaign finance system on both sides, which is rejecting the will of the American people and end up supporting powerful special interests. And if we
I have always agreed with Bernie Sanders on that, on the campaign finance issue. You know, Bernie Sanders has always called for the public funding of campaigns where you have televised debates. You don't have this mad dash to buy political advertisements in all these different states, spending billions and billions and billions of dollars, and only wealthy people or people who will do the bidding of wealthy people can become president. I mean, think about our system. You have to raise so much money to become president. You aren't you at the end of it. You owe so many people. When you make these privately funded campaigns, you just open yourself up to all of your presidents are bought and paid for. They owe at the end of the day. You think these people give hundreds of millions of dollars? These political action committees give hundreds of millions of dollars to these candidates and go, okay, you're in there, do whatever you want. Fuck no. Bernie has always been right about that. This is one place where Republicans have been wrong my entire life and progressive liberal Democrats have been right my entire life. Liberal Democrats like Bernie Sanders say that, we got to have publicly funded campaigns. We got to get this money out of politics. They're right. The rights argument has been a bullshit First Amendment argument. Their First Amendment argument is, well, money is speech, and therefore you have to let people with lots of money pay for politicians' campaigns, or you're violating the First Amendment. Horseshit. Horseshit. Your freedom to swing your fist ends at the edge of my nose. And if you can buy politicians, if you can basically bribe them with your super PACs, you are then infringing on the rights of equal treatment to everyone else in the voting public who can't give that money. That is a violation of their rights. Look, you can spend as much fucking money as you want at the supermarket. You can spend as much money as you want at an electronics store or on Amazon, but you can't buy my leaders. That's not the First Amendment. Freedom of speech was not intended to protect the bribery of public officials. And would this country get fixed if we took money out of politics? Of course not. It wouldn't fix everything. Would it help one of our symptoms? Would it help it get better? Absolutely. And I think Bernie's been right about that 100%.
We do not get a handle on that issue. I worry very much about the future of American democracy.
You don't have to worry about it. It might be gone already.
Run for president again?
And then here's where we get the Biden clip that we just watched. So I did tell you, I said we had good Bernie, and then we had Bernie coming up in these next couple of clips. Real quick, Coltrane with $1 says top Biden aide admits Congress she directed auto pen signatures without knowing who gave final approval. Well, I will say this, that could mean that shit's just so compartmentalized, one hand doesn't know what the other's doing. But as far as the bit about, the auto pen signatures, a lot of people are thinking that the auto pen signature thing is going to lead to some of Biden's pardons not going through. I don't think you're going to get that. I really don't. QAnonymous says MTG needs to go. I was never a fan of hers, but I thought it took balls to say what she said about the Kennedy assassination. That was interesting. QAnonymous says Kamala raised over $1 billion and still lost. Don't worry, they'll still put her to work. A lot of those people that gave her that $1 billion, though, gave Trump his money too. They play, they bet on red and black. But as far as, and they'll never let green get into the game. But Kamala will still work off that $1 billion. There's speaking tours, there's running different political action committees and organizations. They'll do that. They'll get their money out of her. Bigot on socialist media says, I've never listened to Bernie before. Seems to be pretty honest here. No idea if he is all the time. Far from the worst. Jesus. Got to take it there, don't we? But I've always said Bernie believes what he's saying. And sometimes that's a good thing. Sometimes you go, I can't believe he fucking believes this shit. Steven52MS says, live in any of everything that Bernie Sanders never take one. I don't know what that meant. Bigot on socialist media says MTG needs to go. She isn't Jewish enough. All right with the Jew thing, for God's sake. All right, boys and girls, where does that put us? 125 away from today's goal. Thank you so much. 5 and 10 at a time. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. You guys are doing great, and when you're doing great, just keep that pressure up, and we'll be done in no time. Thank you very much for your generosity. So we have our final Bernie Sanders clip. This is the best one. This is Joe Rogan and Bernie Sanders talking about climate change. And, this is actually a ballsier thing this is a ballsier thing than a lot of people think that Joe Rogan is doing. A lot of people think it's easy to just be sitting across from Bernie Sanders and they're like, why don't these people, call bullshit on these guys more? You've got a sitting senator in there, a guy who's run for president multiple times. It can, for some people, it can be intimidating. Like for actual journalists, it can be intimidating to the point where they don't want to make them uncomfortable, so they don't want to ask tough questions. I mean, we see that from our actual journalists, let alone a guy like Joe Rogan. So I think anytime these guys just get pushed back a little bit, I think you give a lot of credit to the person doing the interviewing. Notice Piers Morgan will do it, but a lot of times he'll do it via satellite. It's not the guy sitting right next to him. And he's like, but wait a minute, what about this, you little cunt? This is Joe Rogan actually calling out Bernie on something that Bernie has made like his calling card the last 30 years, and that's climate change.
And I know that, there are some people who think climate change is a hoax. It ain't a hoax.
I hate that. I hate it when they say that. I hate when they say, oh, you think climate change is a hoax. I don't think climate change is a hoax. I think that the people pushing climate change to enact some kind of political change are cherry picking where they start the game. Depending on where you start with temperature and climate, you can make it look really shitty. Or as Joe Rogan's about to show us here, you can actually make it look like the earth is getting colder. If you zoom out and you go, well, since 1840, we've had 10 of the 12 warmest summers on record. Okay, if you go back to 1880, let's go back a million years. What does it look like then? What do the core samples tell us? And that's when climate change people go, oh, is that what we're going to do? Well, the planet's been around for billions of years. So, it seems kind of retarded. Like, if you got China. China's got 1.8 billion people in it. Let's say you wanted to get an idea of how Chinese people felt about a certain, like their favorite food. And you asked 100 of those 1.8 billion people what their favorite food was. And you went, okay, this is an adequate snapshot of China. No, that would be retarded. Just like it's stupid to go, why are you guys starting at 1880 something? Well, why don't you look at who's taking the money to do these studies, where that money comes from, and what picking 1880 versus 1125 tells you about the climate. These things are all manipulatable. Malleable. This is the dumb guy's smart show.
I think the last 10 years have been the warmest on record.
I hate that too. They just do that shit. They go, I think the last 10 years have been the warmest on record. Quick Google search says they haven't. We've had some of the warmest on record, but not the last 10. You just say shit and that makes it true.
And we can create millions of good-paying jobs transforming our energy system away from fossil fuel to energy efficiency, to solar, to wind, and other.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'm sure we could, Bernie. How many jobs are we losing if we get away from oil? They always talk about, well, if we have people building solar panels and we have people building wind farms, this will create a lot of jobs. All right, while you're also putting the pressure on the fossil fuel industry, they're going to have to cut back on jobs. What will the overall net gain or loss be? Not only that, what do we do when the solar power and the wind farms don't generate the power that the coal-fired plant or petroleum-based energy does? And we have rolling brownouts, and and people have a lower quality of life. What are you going to do about that? I mean, if wind and solar were there, the oil companies would have bought them by now. And they would have used their capital to transition over to that. There's a reason that they still pull that black sludge out of the ground, no matter how dangerous or crazy it is. It's the only thing that works on the level we need it to.
Sustainable energies.
I think the climate change issue is very complicated. And I think, did you see the Washington Post piece that they wrote?
You know he didn't, by the way. I mean, you're talking to the guy who just went, I think the last 10 years were the hottest on record. No, he didn't read the thing, especially if it goes against what he's saying.
Where they did this long-term view. First of all, the reality is that the Earth's temperature has never been static, right? We could both agree on that. It's always been up and down. There's been ice ages and heat waves. And then the Washington Post looked at it. What was the time?
Right now, if you look at the age of the Earth, we're coming out of an ice age. I mean, that's the period we're in right now. Back in the Middle Ages, we underwent what they believe was a miniature ice age. In fact, the reason why the Middle Ages may have been so difficult for Europe is they couldn't grow any crops pretty much north of North Germany. So they couldn't feed people. And then what happened was the planet started warming over the course of hundreds and hundreds of years. You were able to grow crops in Denmark, Sweden, Norway, and some of these other places. You could feed more people, populations were taken care of, and the population started growing again. And we're still coming out of that now.
Period that they looked at, that essentially they found that we're in a cooling period. That the Earth over the past X amount of years, and this was like a very inconvenient discovery, but they
again, that's the big issue is you can make the data say anything depending on where you choose to start looking at the data.
Had to report the data, and kudos to them for doing that. Scientists have captured the Earth's climate change over the last 485 million years. Here's a surprising place we stand now. So look at the...
So 485 million years. Now that's, you could argue, Aaron, that's too wide of a snapshot. Okay, you can argue that too. That's fine. We can do that. We can argue that that's too wide of a lens to look through. But then certainly if 485 million is too wide, then 150 is too small. And I don't mean 150 million. I mean 150 years. I think the adequate number would probably be about anywhere from 20 to 50,000 years. Look at the climate from that perspective and see where we're at.
Far end of that graph, and you see we're in a cooling period.
Well, I'm not sure. No.
What? Wait a minute. What do you mean you're not sure? That's the graph. It's showing you that. So you look at the coldest it's ever been in the last 485 million years. It's the coldest it's ever been. And it's about in line with where we're at right now. We are about equal with the coldest period in in world history. I mean, you look at where our climate is right now, it's beneath it. It's colder than this dip. It's colder than whatever the fuck this is. I mean...
I didn't read that article, but the scientists who are out there, I think...
I know, but there's a lot of money involved in that too, Bernie. That's part of the problem. There's a lot of money involved in this whole climate change emergency issue, and there's a lot of control, and that's a big part of this problem. Not only that, if we're just talking about primarily carbon and carbon footprint, what are we going to do about China? Because China is like, what percentage of
that pisses me off too. Because America can sit here all day long and you can cripple our fossil fuels industry and you can cripple some of our biggest businesses out there and you can cost millions and millions of jobs. And even the progress you make environmentally, which we can't even agree will happen, is still going to be minimal, especially compared to the damage you do to your country. Because if China doesn't give a fuck, then it really doesn't matter. If China doesn't care, if India doesn't care, it doesn't really matter what we do. You know, cows are going to keep taking shits and farting. That's still going to happen. So I know Bernie means well, but like, I feel like Bernie's that old man where you can just tell him some shit and he'll buy it. Like he's the Facebook memes are a documentary boomer guy. You know, actually Bernie might be older than a boomer.
They are the major polluter right now in terms of carbon. We're number 2. We used to be
those filthy goddamn communists, right, Bernie? It's those goddamn communists polluting not giving a hoot and polluting.
They're number 1 right now.
I think they have an enormous percent of the global. I think it's
they're number 1. I don't know what the percent.
High. It's very high.
It's not an American issue. It is a global issue.
So why are you crippling America? Why don't we? I mean, companies are working on innovations for this shit all the time. And also, it was the left in this country that cock-blocked us from doing anything more with nuclear energy, which again is not perfect. But if you really think that pulling that black sludge out of the ground is our big problem, nuclear's cleaner than that.
All I can tell you is that we are, in my view, going to see more extreme weather disturbances in the coming years than we have ever. And we're seeing them right now.
Right, but technically we're not. That's another kind of bullshit thing that they do, is they go, well, we've had more property damage from big storms than we ever have before worldwide, and that's because of climate change. No, it's because of economic growth. A house 40 years ago might have cost $85,000 just sitting there on the ocean or by a hurricane place. Now that house costs $450,000 or $500,000. That's why the property damage numbers during storms are going up. There's more of a story to tell. If a tsunami took out shit in Southeast Asia 40 years ago, like some thatched huts got destroyed, you know, you could go in there with a crisp $100 bill, you could fix most of the shit up. Now these countries are prospering. They have actual structures and homes and economies. A tsunami comes in now and knocks that shit out. Yeah, the monetary damage is going to be 50-fold what it was from 40 years ago. That doesn't mean the storms are stronger. That doesn't mean it's a sign of climate change. That just means as we grow, real estate, these things, they become more expensive. And when they get destroyed, more damage is done.
Scientists don't agree. Well, this is where it gets confusing. Because scientists that are in agreement, there's all these entanglements whenever someone's discussing something.
Hey, all scientists were in agreement that that vaccine was 96% effective. All the scientists were in agreement that you had to stand 6 feet apart from each other in a grocery store, and that was going to magically keep you not sick. All the scientists agreed that you needed to wear a mask until they agreed you didn't need to wear a mask. And then they all agreed that you needed to wear a mask again. Like all of that scientific, like all the scientists say shit, to me got blown out of the water with COVID. Because what we remembered about that time was that science doesn't work with a bunch of guys agree with each other. It's hypothesizing, testing. The science doesn't tell you. The data tells you. The data tells the science. And then scientists just report. Hey, here's the thing we did. Here's what it told us. You know, that shit speaks to you.
Whether it's economics or whether it's health issues or pharmaceutical drugs, there's financial entanglements. I think we both agree with that, right?
Yep.
And I think this is part of the issue with this whole climate change emergency as well, because it's not just that. We could all agree pollution is a major factor. It's a huge issue in the world today. We could all agree with that, right? I think.
Well, I always say you give a hoot and you don't pollute.
One of the things that we have to recognize is that whenever there's an issue that everyone can agree on, you're going to have a bunch of people that capitalize on that issue, and they look to gain more money. They have financial issues that they push forward in order to capitalize on this issue, but then also power and control. These things like they're trying to institute in the UK where they have these 15-minute cities, this concept where you're not allowed to travel. They'll be able to look at your carbon footprint. See, that's the problem.
Even like Joe Rogan starts talking about that, and even Bernie goes, all right, I'm kind of like kind of a hybrid communist fascist guy, and that sounds fucking crazy. Right. And that's the problem with guys like Bernie. They're such ideologues that a lot of the things that you use to counter their arguments, they don't even know they fucking existed.
The problem is giving people that are in power, these people that we've all discussed that have so much money and so much control over our societies, multinational corporations, giving them more control over citizens. And this is a vehicle for that. And this is what's dangerous about this whole climate change emergency, because it allows these fucking creeps that have been controlling people and controlling what you do and what you say and how you spend your money with people that are already living check to check, and you put additional constraints on them and you make them even more scared.
Well, not only that, you're taking an otherwise cheap fuel source like oil and natural gas. You're taking an otherwise cheap fuel source and you're artificially making it more expensive with all of these regulations and all of these rules, which is based on shitty science, which is based on something that might not even be happening. You've just cherry-picked the data to start at a certain point, so now you can make that black gold Texas tea a bad guy, and you can slap all these regulations on it, all these taxes on it, and meanwhile, the middle class gets fucked over. Meanwhile, at the same time, the middle class is having the price of their real estate be bid up by private multinationals who just end up renting it out anyway, so nobody gets the benefit of home equity and generational wealth. You start piecing all these things together and you start going, are they making mistakes or are they bending us over intentionally?
And then you put additional measures where you can look at their carbon footprint, you can look at the amount they travel. What do put a carbon?
Yeah, it really does give you insight into all the things that these power-hungry people have wanted to do for years. That's like, even when I was a kid, that's what made me skeptical of climate change. Is I would hear people talk about climate change, and their solution just magically happened to be everything they've ever wanted to do for the last 40 years. And that's what immediately made me skeptical. It wasn't science, it wasn't anything like that. It was the bullshit meter. It was, hey, there's this crisis. It's going to kill us all. And wouldn't you know, lucky us, the magic bullet is everything we've ever wanted to do.
Been tax on these people. Let's figure out how to extract more money from them. That's what bothers me about this climate change emergency. Not that we can all agree pollution is a terrible thing. Everyone should agree to that. The beautiful earth that's
like there's a guy just in a boat going, I gotta bring my garbage out to the ocean so I can fucking dump it. My garbage can is bullshit. I'm not gonna leave it out for the fucking fascist garbage companies, the sanitation companies. I just drive my shit out to the middle of the ocean. I just dump it on a fucking dolphin's head.
Stains us in all life.
I take a 6-pack stringer from my beers and I hang a fucking turtle with it.
On this planet is being poisoned as we speak. We're killing all the fish in the ocean and sucking them out in giant numbers. 94% of all the big fish that are in the ocean are gone over the last, whatever it is.
When you go to war against nature, you lose.
Yeah, because
it's deep, Bernie. It's deep. It's deep. I love how Joe Rogan is like cranking out all these facts and all this data. This should really be disconcerting about your leaders, is that Joe Rogan is cranking out all of these data points and all of these studies and all of this other stuff. And then Bernie just comes back at you with like drunk college girl shit. Joe's like, well, in the last 485 million years, you see, there's we're actually in a cooling trend. And if you look at the two-tier system they're trying to create, it really does seem like money influences are leading this whole climate change thing to try to extract wealth from the middle class. And then Bernie goes, when you go to war with nature, you lose. Like Joe Rogan is trying to make There Will Be Blood. And Bernie Sanders is like, I'm just here making Armageddon. That's all. Like, that's my limit. That's my level. Soylent Goy says the best solution to any crisis is to create a two-tier class system. Well, yeah, I mean, that was like with George Floyd and Trayvon Martin and all that stuff. That was very clearly if there's civil unrest and people are united and they know who they dislike, if you can get those two groups of people to then break off, you can form some dividing line and put them on either side of that divide and get them to fight each other, they'll stop calling bullshit on you. And one of the easiest dividing fault lines we have is black and white. So if you can get, I don't doubt for a second that there were agitators, paid agitators in that crowd during the George Floyd riots, and that they helped pop shit off. Because if you're talking about, you got COVID going on, people are starting to call bullshit on COVID. And the more they call bullshit on COVID, that whole control seems to be unraveling. And then I know there was this black guy who died over a counterfeit $20 bill and he was doing a bunch of drugs. What if we can take that very local story that doesn't really have any impact statewide or nationally at all? What if we blow that up into the biggest thing ever and we tell people that there's a black side and a white side? Well, then they're going to stop arguing about this fucking pandemic. We'll just burn down cities. Great. Soylent Goy says clean water, soil, air is priority, and these shitbirds are obsessed with a non-issue. Pretty much. 125 away from today. Keep it going, boys and girls. I am so proud of you. You're doing great. 100 by 9:30. But you know what? Fuck it. How about a hundo by 9 o'clock? Oh, yeah, at 8:34. We're only 125 away from today. Holy shit. Keep it going. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Click those links, throw in a couple of bucks, and we've got it. 125 away. Mr. Beat says, who's going to Johnny's service tonight? Johnny, well, there is no service for Johnny. Johnny will be on his channel at 1 o'clock because he's not dead. Johnny is not dead. I say again, Johnny is not dead. Oh, this is very nice. Someone sending me a nice message. Good morning, Aaron. Prayers up today. Good things ahead. We will never forget you sharing your recovery and probably saving my friend's life. She went to Al-Anon and got her kids out of a bad situation. Thank you. You have no idea. I hear those stories from people all the time. One of my best decisions I ever made was to share the whole Al-Anon journey publicly. And hearing the amount of people who go like, I didn't even know that existed. I was so glad I have, like a friend, or in this case, a sister, or do you say friend or sister? There's somebody else with a sister. And they were like, they started going to Al-Anon and they learned that the person they're living with who has an addiction, as much as it may hurt, didn't cause it, can't control it, can't cure it. And it's really helped them a lot to move on and have a better life for themselves. And they just pray that that person gets better every day. And that is one of the best decisions I've made in a long time, is to share that journey, my therapy journey, all of that stuff. I wouldn't be on the brink of being done with all this shit if it wasn't for those things and, in tandem with other stuff. But, yeah, that's sharing that Al-Anon story. I can't believe the amount of people that have contacted me and been like, I'm glad you talked about that. Sam Show says, I like how you'll say all this, then enrolls your co-host. Oh, because Johnny smokes a lot of weed because he has MS. Well, I mean, do I wish Johnny wouldn't smoke weed? Yeah, of course. But I also understand that with the condition he's in, if he's not smoking weed, he could get much worse. And again, I didn't cause it. I can't control it. I can't cure it. So I'm not going to sit here and, proselytize to him constantly. All right, let's go to the Steve Bannon thing. Then I'm going to pee. Then I'm going to stay with you the next 2 hours. We're going to knock out this 125, and we're going to call it another win for the toe. Steve Bannon, this is amazing. Like, these are like these This Just In video clips that people put out there. They said, this just in. Steve Bannon says Benjamin Netanyahu betrayed the U.S. I'm like, really? Is that breaking news? I thought that was just kind of an ongoing thing. But here's the Steve Bannon clip that they're talking about.
You have the gall, particularly of what this guy did for you and the grief he's taken over here. You had the gall when he said, this is what I've done, and I need you to be a partner. I need you to stand down.
And by the way, for reference, Steve Bannon was on the side of let's not get involved. Steve Bannon is very much, he's the original MAGA guy. He's one of the architects of Make America Great Again. And he's been very clear. This means no foreign escapades. This means no foreign wars that, are fought on behalf of other people. No going to war unless we're attacked. He's been very stalwart on this. And it's caused him to criticize the president a lot over this Israel thing. So Steve Bannon's saying like, hey, Bibi, how dare you do this? Don't you realize that with you doing this, you've actually betrayed Donald Trump, and like he put a lot on the line and he's taking a lot of criticism. I think what Steve Bannon, and I don't mean to call Steve Bannon naive, but I think what he doesn't realize is like Benjamin Netanyahu doesn't give a fuck. He doesn't care about Donald Trump. He doesn't necessarily care about America. He cares about what he can get out of us. We're only useful to him as long as we do the things he wants us to do. And the minute we stop, it's not like he's going to be like, oh, I wonder what I did wrong. I wonder what I did to cause this relationship to go bad. No, he's just going to get petulant and whiny and bitchy at us.
First is where I can't stop at all, which is another lie of the many lies we've gotten from the Netanyahu government.
Thank you. Somebody texting in saying, good morning, Aaron. You saved my friend's life. She got a really bad sunburn this weekend, and aloe saved her life. Keep up the good fight. If when I said Al-Anon, you heard aloe, any way I can help.
A bald-faced lie. Well, then he says, okay, I need you to stand there. I can't have any scale. If you can't get some guys back, it's fine. Goes to bed, gets a couple hours sleep, wakes up, and you lied to him. That's why he's furious. That's as mad as I've ever seen the President of the United States. And think about it. How did you get his anger like that, given everything he's done for you and the pressure he's under and a couple hours sleep? Now he's got in a freaking plane and fly for, 6-8 hours? To sit down with this crowd at NATO, which he's just wildly enthusiastic about doing that. And plus putting himself going in the air.
All right, well, now, come on, Steve. That's his fucking job. That's Donald Trump's job, is to go meet with these people. I mean, if you didn't want to be the president of the country who basically runs all this shit, or if you wanted to be the president of the country that runs all this shit, yeah, this is some of the stuff you're going to have to do, buddy. I mean, you're not going to make me feel sorry for Donald Trump and all this. I know he's trying to point out that, hey, Benjamin Netanyahu doesn't care about the risks that Donald Trump is taking in backing him up like this. Well, no shit. We fucking told you that, though. We told you that he doesn't give a shit. That's why we told Donald Trump, don't get involved. Don't do this. It's going to be a thankless job. And you saw Trump is starting to realize that yesterday with his they don't know what the fuck they're doing thing. He's starting to realize, oh shit, I got taken for a ride on this. I got put in the middle of something that I don't want to be put in the middle of. And I'm not really, as much as Trump says they don't know what the fuck they're doing, he doesn't really know what the fuck is going on either, to be fair. All right, let's open up these 7 o'clock hour stories. And while we do that, let's talk about our friends at All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Of course, our friends at All Care with an amazing array of trucks and wreckers to handle everything from motorcycles to heavy-duty equipment and much more. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. Again, All Care Towing of St. Cloud. We also have Midland Armory in downtown Foley. Anything you need for carry, for personal protection, for home protection, Midland Armory. Derek and Tracy have the answers to all of your questions at Midland Armory in downtown Foley. They also take care of the suppressor process from start to finish. So if you've ever been interested or if you've ever been curious about suppressors, talk to them. Talk to them at Midland Armory and they'll get you started and they'll take care of the whole process for you. So knives, optics, parts and gear, whatever else you need, whatever questions you need answered, Midland Armory, downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. And Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Cheetos and the team at Stoney's. Look, man, I mean, live music on the weekends, that great patio, Stoney's Garage, the Steel Toe anniversary party, bike night tomorrow night. What's not to love? Stoney's has it all, man. Great place to spend your summer afternoons, your summer nights. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota, right there on Broadway. Go to eventbrite.com, get your tickets to the Steel Toe anniversary weekend. You can get your $20 tickets to the anniversary party and comedy show with Chino and Keanu and Johnny, and Roots Calhoun, of course. And you can also get your tickets to the July 27th golf tournament. And we have 8 of our 18 holes already sponsored. I haven't even started pounding the pavement and soliciting those sponsorships. People just want to sponsor holes. If you'd like to sponsor a hole or two on the golf tournament, AaronImholtRadio@gmail.com. Thank you very much. Get your tickets for the golf tournament or sponsor a hole or get your tickets for the anniversary party at eventbrite.com. That's eventbrite.com. And don't forget Stoney's bike night tomorrow night. All right. I'm going to go pee, and then we're going to jump into a bunch of other shit. I got Alex Stein and Sam Hyde are debating a little bit more. I'm glad we found a few more clips from that interview. It was kind of fascinating. Sam's making the rounds because of Fish Tank. I don't know if you saw, but Bam Margera and Ricky Berwick, both on Fish Tank. I thought that was fantastic. We'll get back to all that in just a second. I'm going to go empty my poor little bladder, and then we're back. 125 away from today's goal. Throw in a couple bucks. We appreciate it. I got all the pee out. It's all gone. Okay. Back we go into the shit. Historically White says Bam is rough as fuck if you haven't seen him for 20 years. Yeah, if you've seen him in the last 5 years, though, he's kind of looking better. Like, Bam... We covered Bam pretty extensively on the show because it was just so fucking brutal what happened to him. The addiction and well, not what happened to him, but you know what I mean. The path he went down. And like seeing him at Fish Tank and he's skating and he's talking and he's normal. And, I don't know if he's sober or not. I have no idea. But he's definitely in a much better place than he was, when he was like literally going into restaurants and screaming at his ex-wife about his kid and like, throwing things around and running away from his family and running off into the woods and getting in bum fights, like really crazy shit. And so it does seem like he's doing a little bit better than that. Speaking of Fish Tank, speaking of all that, Alex Stein had Sam Hyde on his show. And there was a clip where Sam made Alex uncomfortable because Alex kind of has one foot in with this kind of the Zionist right, and then one foot in with kind of like the Make America Great Again, America First right. You know, Alex is one of those guys who you could kind of see as like a bridging force, so to speak. Sam Hyde is all the way in with the America First kind of attitude. Certainly not a Zionist. He finds what Israel, by his words, to be doing a genocide in the Middle East. So they were going back and forth on that. And Alex Stein put out there that somebody offered to send him to concentration camps, you know, like Dave Portnoy did with those two guys at his restaurant. And, you know, I'll never understand that when people criticize Israel and people go, well, why don't we take you to the concentration camps? And it's like, well, wait a minute. I never said that the Holocaust wasn't horrific and terrible. Like, it seems like you just want me to go to a concentration camp so I feel remarkably guilty and I don't criticize Israel's foreign policy. That seems a little weird to me. Like, that seems a little not just manipulative, but it also seems like you're using this really tragic event that we all agree was heartbreaking and awful and you know, beyond words, and you're just using it so you can manipulate people to your point of view. That's disgusting. That I don't like. This is Alex talking to Sam Hyde about it and asking his opinion.
So let me tell you a story, Sam. This is a real thing, and I know we've been doing some kayfabe. I want to do a real thing.
Kayfabe?
So I've said some crazy stuff about Israel. I've said some crazy stuff about this and that. And this group, it's called the Macabre Task Force. They've reached out to send me on an all-expense-paid trip to Israel. This is true. This is true, and I want to get everybody's opinion on this. This is God's honest truth. I kind of ignored them because they keep on messaging me. They're like, hey, do you want to go on this trip with this crew or this? You know, it's like different groups are going on these trips. And I'm kind of like, no, I don't really want to go. I don't really want to go. But I sent him an email the other day. Dave Portnoy said, I want to send this Mo Khan who said F the Jews to Auschwitz. Did you see that? That obviously went viral.
Right. So the Dave Portnoy thing, if you forget, a couple of guys, like if you pay for bottle service at his bar, you get to put whatever you want up on the sign. Now, to me, that's already Dave Portnoy's fault. You made that one of your promotions to make yourself money, so you profited off of it. And these guys paid, and they put fuck the Jews on the sign. Now, obviously, a couple of edgy dickheads, you know, writing something shitty up on a sign. You kick them out of the restaurant. You refund the bottle service money if you have to, and you kick them out of there. Okay, fine. But what does that have to do with sending them to Auschwitz? Dave Portnoy's like, I want to send those guys to Auschwitz. But they didn't write the Holocaust is bullshit. Like, it just feels like if it were for educational purposes, I would get that. I would understand it. But when it seems to be emotionally manipulative, it's kind of it's a gross way to use what was one of the most disgusting tragedies in human history.
Mm-hmm. So
he's going to send you to the racquetball club.
Well, Jake Shields tweeted out, hey, I want to go to Auschwitz with Alex Stein. Would you pay for that, Dave? And so Dave didn't respond because he hates me because I brought a naked homeless guy that was on Fish Tank, you know, to his office, to his studios, because he invited me.
In fairness, like, people are allowed to hate you if you bring a naked, fat, unkept, homeless black guy into their place of business. You start screaming your fucking head off. I mean, I think Dave Portnoy should have a sense of humor about it, but like, just say you went into a dentist's office and you just brought some, you know, fat, unkempt, shirtless, homeless-looking black dude with you, and you start going, where's the main dentist? Where's the main dentist? Where's the main dentist? Like, that guy's going to be like, fuck that guy. I don't want to be around him ever. Kick him out of my building and never let him back in. So, like, I get it. It's Alex's bit, and it was very funny. But I also understand why Dave Portnoy wouldn't want anything to do with the guy.
On his podcast and then disinvited me, you know, a day later. It's a very weird thing. So that's where my heat was. But I get invited to go on these trips to Israel, and I'm just like,
I'm guilty of this too, but we've got to pull back on the words kayfabe, heat, work. Like, we have to stop with the wrestling lingo a little bit. It's a little too much. And I have been a professional wrestler before, so I could even be forgiven in using the terminology, but even I think it's way too much. Like, oh, I got heat. Oh, we've been doing some kayfabe. Oh, it's a work, or oh, it's a shoot. And it's like, all right, you know, it's you know, we're doing a little. It's a way of like making what you're doing sound like more than it is. Like, if you're like, hey, I'm doing a bullshit podcast. Like, basically, hey, I'm doing a morning zoo stunt. It's like, oh, well, that's kind of associated with hackiness and all that. But if you go, oh, no, I'm doing a work. Oh, well, I didn't know you were doing a work. I thought you were doing a morning zoo stunt. One and the same. But then if I say that, they're going to say to me, Aaron, don't break kayfabe. When in wrestling, that means keep the storyline. Don't tell people it's fake. Whereas in podcast world, it's don't call me out for doing a hacky morning zoo bit.
I want to go. Last thing I want to do is a picture of me kissing that wall. I mean, that's the last thing I want to do. But
they make you do that.
They make you do that, and they make you tweet about it. But listen, so this is
They hump. Some people hump it.
Yeah,
you got to.
I'm going to spread my cheeks and put my hole on the wall if that's allowed.
See, now I wouldn't do. Is he talking about the Israeli? Is he talking about the Wailing Wall? This is the weird thing about Alex. Like, Alex has 1 foot in with like the Charlie Kirk Zionist part of the right. But then he's also like, I want to put my butthole on the Wailing Wall. It's like, okay, dude, you're going to catch shit from the Jews for that one. Like, they don't have a sense of humor about you putting your anus on the Wailing Wall.
Do that. I would actually touch hole to the wall. But
say the same words you'd say if you were fucking a girl.
Mm-hmm. Why would they be kissing the wall of like a Roman fortress or something? Or what the hell? Why are they doing that for?
That is kind of odd if you think about the heat with the Romans. But real quick, let me go back to my story. So they keep on sending me these messages. Hey, do you want to go on this free trip to Israel? You can bring Tucker Carlson. I'm like, okay, yeah, Tucker's going to come on a trip.
Yeah, Tucker ain't going to Israel. Tucker ain't going. Hey, Tucker, you want to kiss the Wailing Wall? Would you guys like to kiss my balls?
To Israel with me. Like, they're always sending me these kind of nice messages. That's all I'm going to say. Nice messages. The other day,
you know what they're trying to do? They see Alex as like an on the fence guy, and they're like, let's get Alex on Team Us.
Jake Shields tweets, I want to go to Auschwitz with Alex Stein. So I tweet Jake. I send him a message. I go, hey, Jake, I can't get us a free trip to Auschwitz, but I can get us a free trip to Israel. Would you want to go? He says, yeah, I'd be interested, if they don't throw me in jail. So I send, and I've been messaging these Israelis on WhatsApp, and I haven't confirmed anything. But I sent them a message, and I want to get all your opinion on this. And this is, should I be scared or not? Sometimes I don't respond to their messages, but I sent them the last one when this thing went viral. I said, hey, my friend.
This seems like a guy who really wants to fit in with this group of guys. But fitting in with this group of guys means going to a place that's going to make the people who sign your checks remarkably uncomfortable. So you're trying to have a more watered down version of, hey, guys, I'm with you. Because, doesn't Glenn Beck employ Mark Levin? I don't think they're going to take too kindly to that Blaze logo being on something with Sam Hyde calling what's going on in Gaza a genocide.
Is a Holocaust denier, and he's interested in coming on the trip to Israel with me. What do you guys think about that? I was almost saying it because I kind of wanted them to stop hitting me up. Not only were they so interested, they called me 27 times on WhatsApp because they want Jake Shields.
What are they, Johnny's ex-girlfriend? Jesus Christ.
To come to Israel that bad. So my question for you, are they going to kill me and Jake Shields if we go on an all-expense paid?
Yeah, sounds it. I wouldn't go there.
Stein, no bullshit. You just be careful, man.
I wouldn't go there.
That's a real thing. This is not a joke. And I thought that was really weird after I said the Jake Shields thing, how much more there.
Pretty trustworthy. Yeah.
So should I?
27.
So you're saying
27 is that code? Is that some Kabbalistic code?
Well, it adds up to 9. So it's like a 9 thing.
It is a 9 thing. What about
the 11 7 times?
Just wait for the 11.
Yeah, that was awkward as fuck. I just. And Alex, I don't know if Alex plans on re-upping with the Blaze or what. I don't know if they're going to be together much longer, but they're going to make him rein that shit in. They're going to make him bringing Sam Hyde on ain't going to fly on the Blaze. Thank you, 383 Novocaine. Yeah, let them die. Honestly, let them waste their money. That's fine. Thank you for the $1. 125 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. Come on, let's get in there. Let's hammer it out. Let's take care of business. Let's get that. You guys got it all the way down from 3 whatever it was down to 125. Let's push through to the last end of it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, and of course the gifted memberships. and all that are really cool. Terrible news, guys. I got really terrible news. This one breaks my heart. This one is awful. Chalk another heartbreak up to space. Orlando Bloom just could not deal with the fact that he was dating a rich and powerful astronaut that had seen the other side of the cosmos, that had been amongst the stars. And Katy Perry had this amazing epiphany as she, went up in that Amazon cock rocket. She went up there and she became an astronaut, and then she came back, and Orlando Bloom, just his Pee Wee Herman looking ass, he couldn't handle it, and they're done. After 9 years together, one of the big Hollywood power couples, Katy Perry and Orlando Bloom, splitting after 9 years. This breaks my heart. I was, look, it might be gay, but I was pulling for these two. This was one of those I don't know why. I don't know why I choose certain celebrity relationships to be like, I hope this works out. I thought this was like the quarterback and the cheerleader, and you're like, that's the relationship you want to work. I'm an Orlando Bloom guy. What can I say? I'm a Katy Perry guy. Even though the older she gets, the crazier she looks. I wish they could find a way to reverse how insane she keeps looking. It's problematic, but I'm still willing to overlook it because I do find her to be beautiful. I do think she's very attractive. Same with Orlando Bloom. Smoking hottie, right? He's a 9. But they're done after 9 years. And not only that, it really feels like those two have been together a lot longer than 9 years. Remember, Katy Perry before Orlando Bloom was with Russell Brand. And judging by the accusations Russell Brand is facing, she got out of there pretty healthy. But her and Orlando Bloom are done after 9 years. And look, man, I think if you go from one end of the equation, and that end being Russell Brand, and then the other end is Orlando Bloom, and you fail on both of those spectrums, it might be you. It might be you. Or, or it might be her. I mean, think about it. I'm sorry, it might be him. I'm sorry. She went to space. She became an American icon, an American hero, one of our greatest astronauts, and he couldn't deal with it. 100% what happened. Thank you very much to Nomo for gifting a membership to Tim Finman. Thank you very much. Those gifted memberships are awesome. $5 from Dr. Silverwolf. He says, I just wanted to say how cute you were last night when you lit the book fire. You looked so excited, like a kid who got daddy's lighter. It was charming. Yeah, I then ended up deleting that live stream because I wasn't sure if YouTube, people were like, why'd you delete the live stream? I wasn't sure if YouTube has a rule against burning books. Like, even though it was a dumb fuck book, I was like, I'm not willing to get a strike over, setting some fucking book on fire. It's just like, and so as soon as I was done, I was like, all right, let's take that down just in case. Thank you, Nomo. Thank you, Silverwolf. 1:15 away from today. Guys, break on through to the other side. Let's get that 1:15 knocked out. Let's call it another win for the toe. As usual, you guys are doing such a fantastic job. Click that link. 5, 20, 50. Hey, I'm not going to put a governor on you. Go ahead and jump in, throw a few bucks in, and let's make today a truly great day for the toe. Hulkamasha Baby says you're glad they're broken up because you want to fuck them both. That's why. I don't want to fuck both of them. Mostly I want to fuck Orlando Bloom. MSO says Katy Perry is against the goal today. That's not, don't speak for her, please. Don't speak for her. Loaded Wrench is gay. Uh-oh, somebody got butt. Loaded Wrench, you got in somebody's head. What'd you do, buddy? 199, he says, we're headbutting the goal. Let's do it. Let's do it indeed. '09 Canyon says, yeah, Aaron deleted the video while I was watching it. Yeah, I mean, it might be totally fine to just playfully set a book on fire on YouTube, but I don't know. My channel's about to be totally clean, I believe. Like, even my warning is about to go away. Even my warning is coming up for expiration very, very soon. So I've got a clean bill of health on the old Steel Toe channel, so I don't want to fuck around with anything. Mr. Beat says, oh man, I missed it. YouTube's favorite books are fuck books. Don't mess with those. Well, see, then I did the right thing. I did the right thing. 115 is the number for today. Go ahead and chip in. Thank you very much. Oh, Shane Gillis announced as the host of the ESPYs. You know, this might be a little unpopular take because I love Shane. I'm a huge Shane Gillis fan. The live hosting thing, not his thing. I like his stand-up. Tires is a hilarious show. If you haven't watched Tires yet, there's 2 seasons. Go check it out. They're like 25 minutes an episode. Really easy to binge. But like his 2 times hosting SNL, he's great in the sketches. He does that. He does a great job of that. But like the monologues, mid. Hosting things, it'll be interesting to see how he does hosting the ESPYs because he is a really big sports fan. But I don't really think it's ever been his strong suit. You know? All right, let's continue on here. The thing I was getting to, the Shane Gillis thing caught my eye. I was getting to this Shannon Sharp deal. Loaded Wrench is gay. Oh, he's having a hard time with us just drive-bying him real quick. He wanted to give us another $1.99. Thank you. Banning wrong speak is very alpha, not homo. I mean, I think being concerned about it on the internet is kind of gay. I think you like bitching about it to the point where you'll give money to bitch about it is kind of gay. I think that's kind of beta behavior. But hey, I don't want to stop you. The internet is for living whatever life you don't get to live in the real world and pretending that that's you. I don't want to stop you from that, buddy. I want you to live your truth, my man. 110 away from today. Thank you very much. Go ahead and get in there. Dig in. Let's finish it off. Ryan the Garbage Man says the cocaine-fueled salesman episode was really good. So accurate, too. Like, honestly, that George being the salesman at the tire place while he's just completely and like shamelessly hooked on coke is like, as much as they were trying to make an exaggeration out of it, it was a very accurate depiction of coke addicts. I mean, because at one point he goes, George, you're yacked out of your mind. And he goes, okay, I'm completely addicted to cocaine. And then he said something that like this, every drug addict you've ever met is they do this thing where, and it's supposed to be part of a comedy show, but sometimes the best comedy comes from reality. George goes, I am completely addicted to cocaine and I have absolutely no plans on stopping. What I was hoping to do was try to find a way to take my life and form it around my addiction and make it work for me. Dude, that is coke heads, holy shit. That is like every coke addict and every drug addict in general has been smarter than addiction. They've been more intelligent than the drug. And I'm going to be the one guy who can force field my whole life around my drug addiction. Never. Yeah, Sam Show says potheads do that too. It's all drug addicts. Alcoholics too. Like alcoholics do the same thing. All of these people are like, no. Well, because a lot of them are just like defiant cunts. And they're like, well, everyone's telling me I have to stop doing this. Everyone is telling me it's a problem. I'm going to prove everyone wrong. That's also part of that destructive addict mindset is going, well, it's me against the world and I'm going to beat the world. It's like, the world like even Hitler couldn't beat the world. Loaded Wrench with $2 says, I've been called worse by better people. Seethe, motherfucker. Yeah, Loaded Wrench, you got a fan club. That guy was so upset by you that he made a name to honor you and gave money in it. That's beautiful. I don't think you can get someone more than that. All right, 110 away from today. Let's get moving. We're still ahead. Let's stay ahead and let's bring this bad boy in for a landing. Shannon Sharp is said to be out at ESPN after that $50 million lawsuit. He's been accused of the old grape by a woman identified as Jane Doe. I think we got to change that, though. I think people should have to give their names. If you're gonna make an accusation that heavy, especially at a time where, unfortunately, I think the lasting legacy of Me Too is going to be that it encouraged people to make false or exaggerated claims. I think that's Me Too. If they could have just taken their foot off the gas on that a little bit, they could have made the adjustments we actually needed to make as a society. Instead, it just completely took the balance of power, and instead of making it level, it just shifted it over to the other side. Now, you don't even have to come out publicly and you can go, hey, this famous guy with tens of millions of dollars, oh yeah, totally graped me. Like, oh, well, how do we know? Who are you? How dare you? That's not how this, she shouldn't have to give her identity. It's like, well, you're accusing this guy of something pretty fucking heinous, and you're not even bringing criminal charges against him. So that looks a little suspect. And you're not willing to give your name. It to me, it sounds like you're trying to get a nice quick settlement out of the guy. You're trying to get a few $1,000,000 and also never have to disclose who you are. I think that's one of the, and did Shannon Sharp R-word her? I don't know. But there's been a lot of these cases where these wealthy people hook up with someone and they don't make them the next, bottom bitch. And then all of a sudden the allegations start flying. That happens a lot too. With this speculation continuing to ramp up, former ESPN employee Dan Le Batard isn't quite convinced that Sharp will be allowed back. The thing they're doing now is saying that they're suspending Shannon Sharp. Now, Shannon Sharp is mostly a football guy, so they don't really need him right now anyway. So they could just be suspending him to get him out of the news, get him off TV, and then when he comes back, it'll all have blown over in September and he can be back to talk football. But Dan Le Batard says probably not. Says that Shannon Sharp will likely never work at ESPN again. Saying, I think we can reasonably assume Shannon Sharp would like it to look like he has a chance to return. I don't know if you can be Disney and allow any of what happened here. Whoa. Are you trying to tell me that you think Disney is going to somehow try to take a moral stand against someone doing something sexually unethical? Get the fuck out of here. And also, I think Dan Le Batard's greatest gift is and I mean this as a compliment, Dan Le Batard is a world-class bullshitter. Like, he is an absolute world-class king shit bullshitter. Dan Le Batard, and that's what makes him such a great radio guy, is that Le Batard has this way of pontificating about something where you're almost sure he's got some kind of insider knowledge. He doesn't. How do I know that? I do the same exact fucking thing. So I think Dan Le Batard, and I'm not a big Dan Le Batard fan, but I think what he's trying to do is trying to inject himself and his show into this whole thing to get a little, ink for Dan Le Batard. And it worked. The attorney representing Sharp's ex-girlfriend in her $50 million suit released audio of two conversations between the former couple, which Sharp's attorney has dismissed as misleading. Yeah, there's like phone conversations that the two are having that seem like their relationship was remarkably fucking unhealthy. And that either they were into this like role-playing domination thing, or they're just two incredibly fucked up people who just kept antagonizing one another. But no evidence that, there was any like graping going on or anything like that. Hobo Chili Recipe says Dan Le Batard fucking sucks. Aaron, I would expect less from a guy that masturbated to pictures of Stuart Scott. Wait. Who masturbated to the pictures of Stuart Scott? I did or Dan Le Batard did? Because I would like to deny any allegation that I whacked off to any images of Stuart Scott. That was not, so I'm going to assume you meant Dan Le Batard. I don't know what's going to happen with the Shannon Sharp settlement the lawsuit. I think a lot of people have told him to settle the thing and just move on. Give her a couple $1,000,000 and then move on with your career. But that's difficult because if you settle that for a couple $1 million, like, and people find out, like, that's kind of admitting guilt, and then you're that guy, and then they might just can your ass anyway. So who knows? Mersh ROTC, thanks for the $1. Boy, that's really desperate. I just have fucking completely broken some people effortlessly. It's crazy. Let's do this story out of California. Again, 110 away from today. Thank you very much. Finish it up. We're right there. We're knocking on the door. Go ahead and throw in via PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, and let's spike the football. Oh, look at this. More nice good luck todays. Congratulations. Blah, 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 blah. I appreciate all that. It's going to be nice to be done with it. It's going to be nice to be done with it. It's, you don't want to carry these grudges and this toxicity in your system. It's a sign that you're a sad person, I think. And it's a sign that you're quite a bit unhealthy. So I'm excited to be done with it. Get that last trace of unhealthiness out of my system. All right, here we've got a bit of a domestic issue out of California. Let's go ahead and do this one. You guys throw in a couple of bucks, and we'll be out of the goal range in no time.
We're learning more about what led to a deadly shooting spree over the weekend in the IE. 2 people were shot and killed outside a shopping center, followed by an off-duty deputy taking out the suspected gunman.
And Eyewitness News reporter Leticia Juarez is live in Fontana with new details on this story. Leticia.
Well, I'll tell you this, David and Giovanna, we've learned from police that at the time of that shooting, there was plenty of law enforcement in the area, most of them off duty, enjoying the night with their families.
That's also, though, like how you know that the person doing it really took this as a one-way trip. Like there's stories like that Vance Belter guy where Vance wanted to get away. He had a bunch of cash. He had, disguises and all this other stuff. Like Vance Belter really wanted to get the people on his hit list and get away. And then there's some other people that are just so consumed by hostility, so consumed by anger, that they're just like, I don't give a fuck what happens to me after. I'm doing this thing.
But unfortunately, they were unable to do anything about the shooting that took place just outside the sushi restaurant, telling us that it was a domestic violence situation where a woman in the process of getting a divorce was tracked down by her estranged husband, who then shot her and her date here in this parking lot.
Uh-oh. So this is a classic example of somebody would like a divorce, somebody's handling it very well, and the other person is not. I would advise, personally, not getting involved with someone until that divorce is fully inked, final, and it's been a while. You decide to date someone who's quote unquote going through a divorce, you're asking for trouble, because you never know. I mean, it could be a total, a mutual decision. It could be, or it could be the guy is so full of fucking jealousy and rage and doesn't, if I can't have her, nobody will, that he'll blow your fucking head off in the middle of a pizzeria.
We gain all this weight during our pregnancy because we're not taught to how to properly eat.
Social media.
What? You do understand like the basics of, though, like if you eat too much. So I'm guessing she was like a YouTube don't get fat lady.
Influencer and fitness coach Gloria Zamora inspired busy women to get and stay fit.
Well, that answers how sad should I be about this story. Quite.
But behind the strength she exhibited on camera, her personal life was taking a hit. Zamora spoke out about her pending divorce to her thousands of followers just last week on the Horizon podcast.
I really don't know how smart of an idea that is either. Like, look, I'm just going from my own experience here. I don't know. Like, I think there's something to a show that keeps a little mystery to the audience. I mean, I've been doing a lot more of that in the last year or so, is keeping a lot more mystery. Not everything is for the air.
Instead of you being supportive, you're over here trying to just bring me down.
On Saturday night.
Yeah, like you got to make sure you're not talking that way about someone who's going to blow your fucking head off at the sushi place you're at.
The 40-year-old alongside 43-year-old Hector Garduno was shot and killed outside a Fontana sushi restaurant.
There was a male and a female that were
estranged. They're going through a divorce that led to this.
Investigators say Zamora's estranged husband, Thomas Alberto Tamayo Lizarraga, gunned down the two in the parking lot.
We don't know how he knew where she was at, but apparently she had been at the restaurant for approximately an hour prior to the shooting.
The shooting caught the attention of several off-duty law enforcement officers in the area.
I'm trying to figure out, I'm looking at the places that are in this little strip mall, like where would the off-duty cops have been? Like stereotypically, where are the off-duty cops? Not Little Caesars, I don't know. I want them to zoom around so we can all guess where all the off-duty cops were.
Who responded to the sound of gunfire, including an off-duty San Bernardino County Sheriff's deputy.
Apparently he was driving on the street outside of the shopping center and heard the gunshots and saw what had happened, made a U-turn at the light and got out of his vehicle to confront the suspect.
Lizarraga
It's fucking ballsy, man. Doesn't call for, well, he called for backup, but like doesn't wait for backup to get there, just takes matters into his own hands. A guy who's like filled with blood rage and just murdered two people. You're going to go in there and confront him by yourself? That's a big balls move right there.
Was shot and killed during the confrontation. In a GoFundMe page set up for Zamora, her daughter stated that her mother was murdered by her stepdad.
I was going to say, oh, fuck it. How terrible that your dad killed your mom. Like losing her mom is going to be shitty enough, but like dad kills your mom, that's super fucked up. Okay, so this was stepdad.
Victims leave behind children. Zamora, a mother of 7, is described.
Holy shit. All right, she definitely has authority to speak out on fitness and health and wellness. 7 kids and it went, holy shit. Now I really hate this guy.
As a woman who uplifted others, while Garduno is remembered as a hardworking and devoted father of 4 girls.
Jesus, that would have been 11. Holy fuck. That would have been a big brood.
Now, we spoke to police about the ongoing investigation. They are gathering information. As for the off-duty deputy, they are not releasing his identity at this time. We can also tell you that according to the National Domestic Hotline, women in the process of leaving or separating from their intimate partner are most at risk for domestic violence.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if you're gonna get involved dating wise in a situation like that,
A local gardener.
Shut up. Be very, very careful, because I'm not saying that the person you're dating is fucking insane or like they're nuts or anything, but you never know who's lurking around the corner. You never know if you're like I said, make sure everything's settled, make sure everything's done, and that everyone's moved on, and then maybe you can fuck around in that situation. Someone says about the 7 kids, that explains why her ass is so big. Nice, guys. Nice. No, really. I mean, that's wow. Nice work. Nice work. The chick has the house of willow. Is she tight? You guys, really, it's the hard-hitting questions that you guys ask when we get into tragic stories like this. Hobo Chili says that chick has the ass of willow. Okay, I thought you were saying house. I didn't know what the fuck you meant. MSO writes 7 kids with 8 baby daddies. Here we go. Let's hear them. I thought we were going to have a conversation. Maybe you guys would share some stories you had about similar situations. Maybe we would. Nope. We're going to talk about how the cute chick that had 7 kids that got murdered, how maybe she wasn't tight or her ass is too big. No, we're going to pick her apart now. That's good. We might as well call this the autopsy then. She was a breeder for the white race. Now, see, how do you even know that? Sam Show says this was a combination of shit. Doesn't really sound like it. Sounds like it was bad divorce. She was with someone else. He got mad and he fucking killed him. Dinkelman says she's definitely a big booty Latina. She and he fits the stereotype of a lot of people. And they're dead now. Carlos Cameo says, glad she wasn't your third wife so you don't get assassinated mid-show. Imagine the ratings. Atomic Ray says, I still think the shooter should have offered a visit to Auschwitz. Would that have fixed it? Sam Show says, doesn't sound like it. It was an internet. Jesus, Sam Show. I can't even finish that comment. West Coast Patriot Girl says, similar situation played out at the salon I work at. We still have a bullet hole through our window. Did you ever think of maybe, getting that addressed? You talk to the people who run the place that maybe, hey, do you think we could probably fix the window that shows that we might not be the safest place in the world? People are saying that Fontana is basically Mexico. Okay. So Fontana is a rougher part of town, you're saying. 110 away from today's goal. Guys, do me a favor. Let's not go through the things we usually go through. Let's put together one last rally, and let's push that thing all the way to zero. Everybody with a couple of bucks, everybody throwing in a gifted membership or something. We have stalled out at 110. We're still a little bit ahead. We like to be at 100 by 9:30. Go ahead and throw in a couple of bucks. We appreciate it. Great show today. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. We peaked in the over 1,000 mark today. I appreciate that. Let's take that 110 and let's knock it down a little bit. Guys, I have terrible news. Claire's might go out of business. I know. It's a staple. Even if you never went there. And obviously I never went there. I'm not a preteen girl who needs earrings. But I mean, Claire's is an iconic place. I mean, one of the big staples of any mall. I mean, anyone who had a girlfriend in middle school or high school, you had to go to Claire's. Might be gone. Out. Finished. Claire's, the American mall staple that helped generations of tweens pierce their ears and pick out scrunchies, is now searching for a buyer to take over all or part of its business. I can't imagine that anything that's completely mall-based is doing particularly well. I don't know if people will want to keep it open, or if the people who buy it will just turn it into an online thing. But the Claire's brand name, man, that's one of the more recognizable ones. I mean, I've got daughters now who are getting old enough where when we go to the mall, they want to go to Claire's. Might not be there much longer. A sale would include all 1,300 U.S. stores and additional 1,450 international locations. The search comes as the retailer faces rising costs and mounting debt. Claire's is wrestling with $500 million in loans that are due by the end of next year. So not only do you have to buy the place, but you got to pay off $500 million in loans in the next 18 months. That's not a very attractive purchase point. Last month, the company reportedly skipped interest payments to conserve cash, raising fresh concerns about its financial health. Who would have thought that selling $10 earrings at a time of inflation wasn't going to be largely profitable? A restructuring team is also advising operations. A person familiar with the company told Daily Mail that the stores will continue to operate during the reported negotiations. For consumers, the change could mean uncertainty at one of the last remaining national chains focused squarely on young girls and early teens. I mean, there's just so many places you can go to on your phone before you even get to a mall, let alone get to Claire's. It's just, sometimes instead of dragging shit out, sometimes you just gotta, fast Band-Aid the damn thing. And I feel like that's kind of what you need to do with Claire's. I don't know if Claire's can really survive in the modern landscape, if you will. 09 Canyon says Claire's was selling cheap makeup with lead in it. Really? Well, that explains why it's so cheap. Red Scoper says, where I live, the food court is the only busy spot in the mall. I think the mall here, you have Target, so that's always helpful. You have Shields, which is, sporting goods place. That's helpful. But everything else, I mean, all of it pretty replaceable, including Claire's. Like I said, you want to get cheap earrings or whatever for your kids, you just go on Amazon, you search it, you're there. I don't know if you're going to want to buy a place that's $500 million in debt, even if you do want to turn it into mostly an online brand. I don't think it's going to work. So say goodbye to Claire's, kids. It might be going away. We got a little Tucker Carlson today. We'll get into this. Tucker is talking a little bit more about his departure from Fox News. I think a lot of this Trump, Iran, Israel stuff has stirred up a lot of memories for Tucker. When Tucker was at Fox News, there was he said before, there was a lot of stuff he wasn't allowed to talk about. There was a lot of stuff they tried to get him to talk about, a lot of talking points they wanted him to push. And, you know, more and more of it seems to be coming out lately. I don't know if Tucker had some kind of like deal with Fox News where he couldn't say certain things for a certain amount of time, but he's really felt comfortable kind of spilling his guts on this stuff as of late. Thermodyne Diesel with $1 says, speaking of relationships, I haven't heard you speak of SP lately. I talked about her today, for God's sake. Jesus Christ, you got to check out the show. I think yesterday morning, last night's show, today, people get weird theories and ideas. Tucker reveals the Murdochs asked him to run against Trump in the 2024 election right after they canceled his contract. Now, this is weird. So Fox News fires Tucker Carlson. Now, I can't remember what Tucker was on about that made Fox fire him, but he was cutting a little close to the bone on some issues, and they cut him loose, and then he went internet, and he went bigger than ever. But he says that after he was fired, and it was a pretty bad blood kind of a firing, that the Murdochs then asked him if he'd run against Donald Trump. That's such a weird thing to do. You take a multi-million-dollar payday away from a guy, and then you go, hey, could you do us a favor? What? Let's hear Tucker tell it in his own words. You guys click the links, throw in your Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo. We're 110 away. We have completely stagnated. Thank you very much to Sonny. Says, thanks for the laughs, Toe. And if anyone needs moving services in the Boston area, please reach out to my company, Gone Tomorrow Moving. We have a 4.9 rating on Google and 100 reviews. 978-231-3363. Have a great day. No problem. Happy to do that for you. You throw in a few bucks and you promote your thing, real or not real. I don't give a shit. 105 away from today. All right, guys, $100 about. Let's get that $100 hammered in. Let's keep our perfect week going. Let's make today a good one. 105 is your number. So here's Tucker talking about the Murdochs' plan to have him run for president after they cost him a shitload of money.
The Murdochs really hate Trump. There's no one who hates Trump more than the Murdochs. I got fired in April of 2023. In May of 2023, they asked me to run for president against Trump and said they would back.
Dude, Tucker wouldn't last in a presidential campaign. He has this weird thing where he's way too honest. Like when people ask Tucker a question, he answers it honestly with his actual opinion. That doesn't work in presidential politics. Like it works for Trump, but there wasn't enough oxygen in the room for two of them. And also, like, you just fired the guy because you didn't like the shit he was saying. Now you want him to run for president? You think he's not going to do the same things to you? The Murdochs are fucking dumb. I mean, Rupert Murdoch was like a pioneer in television and all that, but his kids, I guess, are like, they're a lot of the reason that Fox News has lost a lot of its teeth is because Rupert's kids are, I don't know if they're liberal necessarily, but they're not as dogmatically conservative as Rupert is. So a lot of people think that, you know, the next generation of Murdochs are going to kind of be the ones to totally defang Fox News.
Me, obviously, I'm not running for any, I would never get elected any. Plus, I like Trump. I mean, that's the funny thing is I actually genuinely, I get frustrated. I'm frustrated now.
So hold on. I'm sorry. Trump. You just said that and they asked you to run for president against Trump, the Murdochs.
Yeah. Lachlan Murdoch said you should run for president. We'll back you. The whole thing.
Lachlan Murdoch. Okay, so for one of the kids. one of the kids, like, and that's kind of Fox News' approach right now, is they don't want to cozy up to Trump too much. So it was one of Rupert's sons who asked Tucker Carlson if he would run for. What a fucking douchebag. What, God, all these fucking media billionaires, they're all just little shitbags. Every single one of them. Just like dirty, underhanded, one thing in public, some other shit behind the scenes. Just motherfuckers, man.
The whole
Fox News apparatus.
And not just Fox, but, Wall Street Journal.
All of their
Post,
papers,
Times of
everything.
London. Absolutely, yeah, we'll back you.
And that came right from...
You should do that. I was already gone. They'd already canceled my show. I was still under contract, but they canceled my show. You should run. We support.
Yeah, hey, Tucker, you should run. We're still paying you. Oh, we got a storm brewing outside. We got some thunder. I didn't even know we were gonna get any nasty. I just heard a couple of big ones. Oh yeah, no shit. Rain all day. Fuck me. Well, that answers my question about whether or not I need to water the. Oh fuck, man, it's gonna rain today, tomorrow, Friday night, Saturday, Sunday. Shit. Got a bad one coming.
For you should run.
We want to stop Trump.
Yeah, well, he was running.
That's it. So the next time you hear Fox News like, oh, yeah, we love Trump, he's great, just remember, they're like Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro wanted anybody but Donald Trump to be in there. And then once it was inevitable that Donald Trump was going to be the guy, all of a sudden Ben Shapiro loves Trump, make America great again. Fantastic. He's amazing. Now watch Ben Shapiro turn on Donald Trump. If Donald Trump says, you know what, I ain't fucking around with Israel anymore. I ain't fucking around with this stupid Iran shit or anything like that. They'll all turn on him again. And then you got, like I said, you got loyal puppies like Tucker Carlson who are like, look, I'm pissed at him now. I'm upset with the way he's doing things right now, but I still support him. I still like him. That's not how the Murdochs and these other people in the world operate. Let's go. Oh, no. You need me more with $1, says Sam Show. Why are you so obsessed with the Jews? You didn't need to ask him that. There was no reason for you to ask him what, because he's not, like, he's going to answer your question. Atomic Ray with $1 says, all right, Atomic Ray, we get. See what you've done? You need me more. You understand? You see what you've done, and Sam Show hasn't even responded yet. Yeah, people are saying let him count the ways. Sam Show just writes ... Sam Show writes, you know what? No, fuck that guy for being so clueless. Oh, great. You stirred up all that now for $1. Thank you. About $100 away from today's goal, and we've got an hour left. Guys, do us a favor and throw in a couple of bucks. Let's take care of that pesky number that this show runs on. You guys did a great job getting down here. Thank you very much. Keep it going. Click the links. We're going to throw them up in the chat right now. Click one of those links and throw us a couple of bucks and get that number down to 0. All right, I'm going to hang out away from the chat for a little bit because You Need Me More decided to ask an open-ended question about Jews to Sam Show, which we all know is going to turn into a massive shit show. Conservatives are doing this thing that I fucking hate when they do it. When Trump looks a little like a hypocrite, like he does right now, where it's like, hey, no more wars, America first, no more wars of offense and whatever. And then all of a sudden we find ourselves in a war. Oh, okay. Trump gets us into this war with between Israel and Iran. And instead of like facing the criticism and going, yeah, this is kind of bullshit. This is a shitty thing that he's done. And like, hey, no president is perfect. No president's going to agree with you 100% of the time, but this is bullshit. Instead, they do this thing where they go, oh yeah, but the last guy. That's it. And look, I get it. It's Republicans, it's Democrats, but Republicans are in charge right now. And now they're going, yeah, but Obama, what about Obama? Yeah, do you understand where MAGA came from? Do you understand where the pro-Trump side came out of? They came out of Obama. Obama was elected because he was the anti-war candidate, and he turned out to be a fucking liar. So then people wanted Trump because they thought he was the anti-war candidate. You understand that pointing out that Obama did the same shit Trump is doing does not help Trump's cause with the people criticizing him. Here's Wesley Hunt, a politician out of Texas. Instead of addressing, the fuck up and the problems with the Trump administration's foreign policy, decided to release a 1-minute supercut and of the times Barack Obama authorized the American military to bomb someone. Sorry, maybe I'm just being cranky or what. I don't give a fuck what Obama did. I don't care. Obama's not president anymore. So whether Obama bombed 70 countries or 0 makes no difference to what's going on right now. All it does is if you take one of the sides, if you're team lefty or team righty, you just use it as a cudgel to beat the other side with while you struggle to make a point.
Operations in Iraq. Targeted airstrikes to protect our American personnel. Last night, on my orders, America's armed forces began strikes against ISIL targets in Syria.
Unconstitutional. So people are saying, actually, this has been kind of a red herring because I haven't heard a lot of people say it was unconstitutional. We all understand what the War Powers Act is. But Obama had authorization to do that shit under the War Powers Act, too. Everybody's for shit when their guy does it.
Today, the American people give thanks for the extraordinary service of our men and women in uniform. Today, I authorize the armed forces of the United States to begin a limited military action in Libya. That action has now begun. Make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time. It's going to take time to dislodge these terrorists, especially from urban areas.
These terrorists. It was Muammar Gaddafi's army. It was Bashar al-Assad's army fighting against a rebel force, not terrorists. That is amazing. After 2001, you could just throw that T word behind anything, and you thought it gave you a pass. Well, what are you bombing? Well, we're bombing the terrorists. Oh, when did they become terrorists? When we decided to start bombing them.
If the United States has al-Qaeda, bin Laden, top-level lieutenants in our sights, and Pakistan is unable or unwilling to act, then we should take them out.
You can say whatever you want, and that guy can be like, yeah, fucking, what do you think about Obama? He kept his promise on that one. Remember, Obama said right there in the debate, he's like, if Osama is in Pakistan and Pakistan won't help us out, we'll fuck him up. We'll take him out, buddy. And they fucking did it. He fucking went ahead and he took him out. Took him down. Do your stuff. Sam with $5. God damn it. He says, are you gay? Are you lonely? Contact myself, Aaron Imholt, for the best gay experience you could ever imagine in your life. And then the show number. Thank you. $1 from You Need Me More says, come on, Sam Show doesn't care what people say. I find it hilarious. But you're just working him up. That's all you're doing. You're working up poor Sam Show. I just don't understand. That's what I mean. We have a president do some shit that we were mad at the last, not this past president, but the one before that, for doing. And then you're supposed to use that as some kind of point of oh yeah, well, don't you remember when Obama did it? Yeah, fucking hated that too. Thought that was really super lame and gay. In fact, one of the main reasons I voted for Trump was because I was hoping he wouldn't do all this shit that guy did. So sorry, we don't get to do the Obama did it too. And so it's okay when we do it thing, especially when you campaign as the anti-Obama guy. It's mildly retarded bullshit, if you will. All right, guys, even hundo away from today's goal. What do you say? Huh? We got down to this point from a full goal today, by the way. Well, no, I'm sorry. You were $20 into today. Pretty much a full goal. And you guys have gotten it down to an even hundo. Finish it up. Give some memberships, subscriptions, whatever. Fucking go to town. One more push. Everybody rallies. We're done. We got about 50 minutes left in today's show. So really, $2 a minute. That's all. $2 for just $2 a minute. You too can feed a starving program. So throw in one of the links. Get after it. So we heard about that story where the husband killed the wife because the wife was out on a date and they were going through a divorce and the whole deal. We have what might be an even stranger murder. This one also in California, so at least it's staying on brand there. A California nudist. Now, I don't know why. Maybe eventually at some point in the story, we're going to find out why the nudist part is important. But for right now, a nudist is accused of killing his neighbors, chopping them up. That always seemed like the chopping them up thing always just seemed like, more squeeze than juice. And drowning their Shih Tzu after they allegedly mocked him with a $1 hot dog. Oh, boy. See, don't antagonize the nudist. This is why they say with all these mentally ill people, whether it's people on the internet who you've broken their brains and they're obsessed with you, just let them go because you don't know what they're capable of. It might be the next fucking axe murderer. If you're living next door to a nudist and it's mildly bothering you and it's kind of upsetting. Oh, by the way, $1 from Eric. Thank you very much. And then good luck today, Spider. Thank you. Wait, I thought you said I was all right, Spider. But yeah, if you got a nudist living next door to you, bad luck of the draw. That really sucks. That's terrible. But you don't put out like tiny cocktail weenies. You don't make fun of the guy's cock. Don't do any. If the guy's willing to be a nudist out in a neighborhood, he's already a little fucking mentally unstable. Putting out little hot dogs and cocktail weenies and fucking taunting the guy about his cock. Not the best way to de-escalate things. Redlands police announced the arrest of Michael Sparks, 62. See, that's the other thing. It's like we were talking about with that Naked Twister book. All the nudist places and all places like that, it's always these older, roll up the tits, balls sagging down to the floor types of places. Everyone has this attitude of nudist stuff, man, that's fucking rad. Like when you're, 14, you think that way. And then you realize you're like, oh shit, it's a lot of Michael Sparkses. They found the suspect at his home in Olive Dell Ranch, billed as a family-friendly RV park. Oh, God. And a reputed Southern California nudist resort. Wait. Which one are you? Are you a family-friendly RV park or are you a reputed Southern California nudist resort? A cadaver dog alerted police to a bunker underneath the home where they recovered 2 bodies, dismembered, mutilated, and stored in plastic bags. Yeah, everyone who's watched a couple episodes of CSI thinks they've got the whole how to get away with a murder thing figured out. Everyone thinks that they go, oh man, here's how I'd get away with murder. It's like, I would like when people sit down and have those kinds of conversations, I would like a forensics investigator to be there with them and just have a buzzer go off every time the forensic investigator, like in their theory, in their plan, goes, oh, I would have figured you out here. Oh, I would have figured you out here. The victims were Daniel Menard, save big money, 79 years old, who suffered from dementia, and his 73-year-old wife, Stephanie. Well, that's too bad because now even if the guy did something to the dude, it's not like he would have remembered. Investigators had to evacuate the scene because they feared it might cave in. Sounds like a really great place. You got a 62-year-old man with his cock out running around, bludgeoning people to death. And then you got surfaces you can't stand on because you're worried they might cave in. This sounds like a great place. They returned with heavy equipment to excavate and collect more evidence. Redlands Police Chief Rachel Tolber told reporters last year that Sparks tried to shoot himself before his capture, but the gun misfired. Damn it. The dog Cuddles remains unaccounted for. What did you do with Cuddles, you piece of shit? I mean, okay, the other two were in their 70s. They didn't have a long time left. One of them had dementia. All right, and they made fun of your cock. I sort of get it. But what the fuck did Cuddles ever do to you? What did Cuddles ever do? He said Mr. Sparks told him the incident started over a hot dog that Daniel Menard had purchased for him. He said Mr. Sparks felt that the hot dog was a jab at him, making him feel like he was only worth $1 hot dog. And that's what set him off that day. You know what, guys? I'm sorry for saying these nudists might have mental illness. I apologize. So the guy buys you a hot dog, and then you go, oh, that must be my worth to you. How about thanks? Sparks is accused of using a rake, a garden hoe, and a hammer to beat his neighbors to death before dismembering them and hiding the bodies in plastic in his bunker. Of course, this guy's got a bunker. 11 witnesses testified at the hearing, and evidence included crime scene photos as well as texts between Sparks and 3 witnesses. In one photo, photographed in the court by the Press Telegram, Sparks allegedly wrote to a friend, quote, Sparks wrote to a friend, chopped up my neighbors, didn't know I had it in me, snapped. You know how we talked about earlier, there's people trying to get away with shit, and then there's people who just lost it? This is the latter. During a standoff before Sparks' arrest, responding officers asked him where the Menards were. And I said, well, it's just there, just right across 15. Or, I'm sorry, 23. My bad. The Minnesotans in the audience get that. He replied back that they were in pieces, Detective Williams testified. Well, maybe he just meant like they were emotional. Other witnesses said that Sparks did not get along with the Menards. No shit. They had alleged disputes over a noisy backup generator, tree trimming, and the hot dog. Well, then, I mean, it's obviously somebody has to die. Sparks faces 2 counts of murder and an animal cruelty charge. He pleaded not guilty at an earlier proceeding and is being held without bail. Probably the best to let him stew for a while, I would argue. Corn Pop with $2 says, you miss my super milestone. I'll be becoming eyes. Hold on. What is fuck is he talking about? Corn Pop becoming a member for 3 months says, tell Rumble they're gay for Corn Pop. All right. $5 from numero Josh Denny fan says, blind item, 20-year podcast veteran with tons of on-location experience once again has technical difficulties last night. Rage quits and deletes stream while blaming it all on Tiny Indian Man. Uh-oh, did somebody have another crash out? It's almost like too much internet is bad for you. It's so pathetic. It's so, like, it's not even, there's not even words for it at this point. Imagine steel toe being your only reason for living. Oof. All right, $95 away from today's goal. Keep it up. Keep it going. We got 40 minutes left, and we got to get the... Oh, Eric, thank you for the $1 and the $2, says sponsor. No, I did not buy a new food eatery and eat all the food, Eric. Thank you for the contributions. Well, I think you guys are hanging in there with the $2. Are we hanging in there with the $2 a minute thing? Let's see. We got 40 minutes left and we're $90 away. Roll it up. Keep it moving. $90 away from today's goal. $40 left in the show. Throw us a couple of bucks. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. We appreciate it. Let's go. Let's go. And let's get this thing all hammered out. Look, I've never been the biggest gender reveal guy. I don't like them. I think they're fucking stupid. But I certainly wouldn't advocate that anyone do anything rash And look, I know guys get dragged to these gender reveals all the time. They don't want to go. And I've heard guys say, oh, gender reveals are great. You sit in the basement with your friends, you drink beer, talk about sports. Like, how about all the girls go to the gender reveal, all you guys just go hang out somewhere and do that instead of like being relegated to the basement until it's time to know the gender of a baby. Like, I don't understand it, man. Like, to me, a text message will suffice. It'll be, I care, I do, congratulations, but do we really have to take one of our Sundays, especially if it's during football season, so we can watch blue or pink powder come out of a balloon or something? Jesus. So they had a gender reveal party, and apparently somebody was not having a good time. This is in Morton, Mississippi. Anger management should definitely be part of the sentence for this one.
Law enforcement and the community alike say violence like this doesn't happen too often here in Morton, but say this is a tragic loss.
By the way, it's always fun to watch like the Tupelo, Mississippi market and who they've got for their reporters, and like Miami, Florida. Like small town Mississippi, she can't even say her R's. What was that?
Often here in Morton, but say this.
Morton. People who can't say T's are amongst the people who should really first be put in re-education camps. I mean, how it's T. It's easy. You put your tongue on the roof of your mouth. You push the air out. It's a T. Morton. It's not a Morton. Like, nothing makes me think that you have zero intellect more than not being able to make a simple T sound.
This is a tragic loss.
Shock, really, honestly.
A community shocked after a gender reveal party turned deadly at Roosevelt State Park in Morton.
Morton. We're in Morton. What a fucking doofus.
That happened here. That's just fluke. Somebody had a squabble. It is what it is.
It is what it is. Why are we bothering people at the gas pump? This guy wasn't at the party. He wasn't part of the gender reveal. It's like, hey, random guy at a gas pump, what do you think of this guy killing somebody? What do you expect him to say? Oh, I think it's totally based. I hate gender reveal parties. I'm glad someone's dead. What the fuck?
See it happen.
Just lost for words. I just don't know what to say about it. Just can't do nothing.
Fucking shitload of kids in the car. It's Morton, Mississippi sounds like it's a vortex of stereotypes.
These days, just can't.
Deputies say 18-year-old Jatavion Johnson was shot multiple times.
Oh, shit. All right, Sam Show, this one's for you. Go ahead, whatever you got. Jatavius Johnson. I wonder who the shooter was.
And died after an argument at the celebration Sunday. The Scotts County Sheriff's Office said an argument with 18-year-old Anthony Boyd led to the shooting.
Oh, well, that's not his. All right.
Boyd is now charged with murder.
Community kind of, because of where it occurred, is alarmed. But again, we don't have a lot of occurrences like this in Scott County.
Scott County Sheriff Mike Lee says he believes the victim and the soon-to-be mother were possibly in a past relationship.
Oh, God. I'm going to ask the question, although I feel like a lot of the audience is going to yell at me, you're an idiot. Was the father of the baby for this gender reveal anywhere to be found in this whole thing? Because it seems like we have a guy shooting another guy, and the guy who got shot may have been in a previous relationship with the mother of the gender reveal party, and that this is all just taking insane turns.
Despite this incident, Lee says the park is still a safe place to come to.
Yeah, sure.
Don't want anybody to be alarmed by this one incident that this park is unsafe. It is probably one of the safest places in our area.
Yeah, bro, I wouldn't lead with that. Oh, yeah, the park where somebody was just murdered in cold blood. Yeah, it's probably one of the safest places here in Morton. I would have kept that one under my hat, pal.
And again, it was just a bad incident at a good place.
Oh.
Some agreeing with this sentence.
Why the fuck is this guy talking about this? What is he, the fucking John Madden of gender reveal murders?
Would
you still recommend people, visiting the park?
Oh, yes, 100%.
While others still worried about this act of violence.
now things like this happen. It's just, if we can, can we trust to get out there? Can we go out there?
I mean, I guess don't be pregnant in Morton and have a gender reveal in the park, especially if you're not entirely sure who the baby daddy is.
And this is still an ongoing investigation as they work to find the cause of this shooting. I'm reporting live in Morton, Crystal.
Stop it! Somebody give her a fucking speech class. I can't stand it. Morton, can you take her aside and just go, hey, you know what city you're in, right? It's Morton. Like, Morton is the name of the city that you're currently, are we picking up on that?
Tisme 16 WAPT News.
I finally watched the South Park Ozempic special that they had last year. And now I can't stop thinking about like prescribing people Lizzo if they can't afford Ozempic. And it's just, you know, for no reason at all. For no reason at all, that story reminded me of that. Soylent Goy says, the park is safe, but the people that go there are not. Yeah, like, oh, yeah, just bad people did bad things at a good park. Sam Show says, it's one of the safest places full of, yeah, well, yeah, then there's a very Sam Show comment after that. Oh, man, $90 away from today's goal. We've got 32 minutes left in today's show. Help out if you can. Let's get ourselves a win for the toe, for fuck's sake. Once again, very, very close. You guys got there, but we freeze up towards the end. Let's make it another win for the toe. Let's make it a good day today. 5-10 at a time. It can be done. Please and thank you. You guys want to make bets on this one? We have a story about a dog mauling a shitload of miniature horses in a barn. Now, I can't imagine a lot of dog breeds, even if it's just miniature horses. I can't imagine a lot of dog breeds that are even capable of taking out a horse. So, I mean, to see that there's some kind of dog that just, or dogs that just went in and started fucking mauling and destroying horses. I mean, I can't imagine what kind of breed that would be. Whatever breed it is that did this to these horses, I'm sure it wasn't their fault. I'm sure they're an absolute sweetheart, and I bet you they just had bad owners. I'm willing to bet that's exactly what happened with the story we're about to tell here. $90 away. Get after it. You're making me nervous again, as usual. Throw in a couple of bucks. Let's get a win for the toe.
Only on CBS News Texas, a heartbreaking time for a Flower Mound family that owns a horse farm. Two of their miniature horses were savagely attacked by a pair of aggressive dogs that wandered into the family's property. Our JD Miles visited with family today and has images of the attack that may be hard to watch.
Oh, no shit. Especially if it's the kind of dog I'm thinking. He probably really tore into him.
It breaks my heart every day when I go up to the hospital and I sit in their stall with them.
Ma'am, do you think, and humor me for a second here, do you think you could do a hoof trimming video while we're here? Dude, it's all I have on my Facebook Reels. It's, let me scroll through. Here's my Facebook Reels. Well, there's tits. Here's a guy golfing. There's Shane Gillis doing a Trump impression. There's a bear dragging a baby moose across a road. There's Iran threatening. Oh my God, how the fuck do I have no hoof trimming videos in my recommended Reels? This is insane. Iran after threatening Trump. Stop topping your 3-wood with these tips. Me before having kids. Joe Rogan, a Joe Rogan clip. And golf. I have no hoof trimming videos in my, this is insane. $1.99 corn pop for a Paid blowjob. No. Thank you for the $1.99 though, Corn Pop. I appreciate it.
And just tell them how sorry I am.
This photo from an equine
Oh my God, there's blood everywhere and yeah, this was a pit bull.
hospital shows Carol in Auburn visiting her precious miniature horse named Baby Bug. A bandage covers a gaping hole in the horse's throat. An injury that only time will tell.
It's 1,000% a pit bull. That's what they do. My sister is a vet tech, and they train them that if a pit bull attacks you, it's going to go for your throat. So put your arm to your throat and cover your jugular, basically, and then they latch onto your arm and they just chew the living fuck out of that. Great. Cover a really, a bleeding vein here with a bleeding vein here. You gotta make a sacrifice. Thank you, Ghost of Matt Poster, for $1.99. Says pit bulls are the black people of tongue. That is a pretty, if you're gonna be the Ghost of Matt Poster, at the very least you should be accurate. And I can't argue with the guy's style on that one. Ghost of Matt Poster. Fucking hell. Thank you, guys. About $85 away from today's goal. Go ahead and make a move. We're a half hour away.
Whether it will be fatal.
Yeah, we go day by day. Right now, she's a tough little girl.
Baby Bug and her mother are companion horses for the family's retired racehorse.
No!
On Sunday morning, this is what Auburn saw when she heard noises coming from her horse barn in Flower Mound. 2 dogs identified.
Oh, fuck. Dude, I knew they were going to be pit bulls. I didn't know they were going to be like the pit bulls I see when I stereotype about pit bulls. I didn't know they were going to be like, literally, I see in my mind's eye, every time I see a pit bull, I see it covered in blood from mouth to tail. And this dog clearly covered in blood from mouth to tail. They are just muscular killing machines.
By police as American bully dogs entered a stall and attacked.
By the way, they can't say pit bulls anymore. It used to be they used to say mixed breed dog. Now they have all kinds of, by the way, no better way to prove to me that I'm wrong about pit bulls than the fact that the news has to come up with different euphemisms to hide the fact that they're pit bulls. It's an American bully breed. Oh. You mean nanny breed, because they're such sweethearts.
Baby Bug and her mother.
Just absolutely gruesome. I knew we had to separate them, or if they had her 5 minutes longer, they would have killed the baby.
5 minutes? 20 seconds. Oh, please tell me this guy took that shovel and just wasted the fucking dog, just bashed his goddamn brains in. And I love dogs. I love dogs. That should tell you what fucking monsters this breed is. I am that consummate dog lover makes it sound like you get the idea. But like, I'm rooting for this guy to take this dog and just beat it with a shovel.
Auburn's husband used a shovel to separate the dogs, but not before they left the miniature horses with life-threatening injuries.
So we did our best with shovels, and my wife had them pinned up against the wall. It looked like a crime. It was a crime scene. You can still see all the blood stains.
Yeah, no shit. Like the blood just shot all over the walls. I mean, it's really not. It's really not their genetics. It's nothing like that. It's clearly the way they were raised. I mean, it's just these damn pit bulls always raised by former veterans of the Khmer Rouge. It's really too bad. The Nicaraguan death squads always seem to be training these pit bulls. It's too bad.
Walls.
The couple was able to trap the dogs in the stall until Flower Mound police and animal control officers arrived to take them away.
You could just throw a grenade in. Could have got back to business a lot quicker.
The Auburns say the dogs belong to a neighbor who we were not able to make contact with.
No shit.
The Auburns say what happened here was as traumatic for them as it was for their animals.
I don't know about that. Did you get your throat bitten out? I don't think it was as traumatic. I think if your horse could hear you say that, it would kick you in the mouth.
They want to see the owner of the dogs held accountable.
All right, put him down too then.
Flower Mound police say it's investigating and that the dogs have been taken into custody pending a dangerous dog hearing on Wednesday.
I'm sure they'll find that the dogs are sweethearts and they've never hurt anyone and the owner's just a bad guy.
they're just good little girls. You know, they just came here to have a good life, to eat some hay.
If the two miniature horses can avoid infections, the owners say there's a chance they will survive.
Oh, holy shit. I thought they were like out of the woods and on the mend. They're still not out of the woods yet. They could still drop dead. Jesus. Yeah, easy. Put the dogs down. Some kind of negligence charge against the guy, something.
I want justice for the miniatures. You know, they were in their safe place. This is where they come when it rains, when it storms. This is their safe place.
Well, they caught a storm. That's all right. A bully storm. It was an American bully breed. We're worried we'll get letters if we say pit bull. Fuck. Can we say a Cujo dog? Wally World, thank you very much for the 5 gifted memberships over on Rumble. That's going to put Wally World at $70. Thank you very much, pal. Big Steve, Red Scoper, Soylent Goy, Atomic Ray. Oh, I'm sorry. No, he already had one. And a couple others getting memberships. All right, guys, that puts us $65 away from today's goal. Get in there and finish it off. $65 left to go. 25 minutes left in the program. Do it to it, Lars. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Just $65 left to go in today's goal for a nice win for the toe. Please and thanks, guys. We got one more in this hour's worth of stories. Oh, God, we've got some more in the 9 o'clock hour stuff. We got plenty of stuff for the rest of today's show. Dusty Road says, take them pit bulls to the pay window, if you will. Big Steve says, racism and dogism fuel this channel. I'm sorry. You don't know how many of these types of stories I pass on for the show. It's just, sometimes it's just too much. A dangerous dog hearing, says Ryan the Garbage Man. Totally unnecessary. A 38 double tap works every time. Well, they may get to a version of that after the hearing. Dick Von Du got one of the memberships from Wally World. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. Yeah, pass those memberships along, and we'll have another win for the toe in no time. Finish it up. We did the Fontana, California story, and you guys, that was the one where you guys told me Fontana is absolute horseshit. We got follow-up stories on 2 of our favorite media gals. We got Joy Reid and we got Whoopi Goldberg. I don't like this, man. It sounds like I'm gonna have to stand up for Whoopi, and I really don't want to do that. But they got a cancel movement out on Whoopi Goldberg. They want her out of there because of the things she said about Iran and black people and this and that. Fucking, if you can't handle it, fucking don't watch. I loved what Whoopi Goldberg said about Iran being a worse place for women than America is right now for black people. It's such a stupid fucking thing to say that it was entertaining to me. Like, to me, in order to fire Whoopi Goldberg, you have to tell the world that we were supposed to take her seriously from the beginning. Silver Wolf with $2 says, goodbye, horses. Need Trump with $20. Give him a Hogan.
Oh, sucker, Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
He says, here's to the goal and to another great show. $45 away from today's goal. Get it done, kids. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. $45 away from a win and 20 minutes to do it. Let's go. Thank you so much. Ooh, 1010, make a wish. There you go. Good job. All right, let's do the Whoopi Goldberg thing first because people are already commenting on it and everything else. Whoopi was not on The View yesterday. And a lot of people think that Whoopi was off The View yesterday because of her comments on Iran, where she said, they were trying to say Iran's a terrible place for women to live. It's, they're unequal, they're oppressive, this and that. And Whoopi Goldberg said, Iran's not a worse place than America if you're black. And everyone, like even Joy Behar and the others on the thing were like, all right, like Whoopi, we want to argue with the Republican bitch too, but like this might be a bridge too far. This sounds a little wacky and crazy, Whoop. I hope they don't cancel her. I hope she does, because like I feel like those calls would have to come from the right, and I want the right to have nothing to do with gay ops and cancel culture. You know, I know that asking for that kind of purity test is asking a lot, but it's like, we talk about like winning culture wars and changing the culture and this and that. You don't change the culture by becoming part of the culture that you despise. You know, oh, their side did cancel culture to us. So then wouldn't it then make it, wouldn't it then make it like totally fine if we do cancel culture if they do it too? Huh? What? No, you're against you don't like cancel. You don't want anybody canceled. Like that disappointed me with like the Trump people, with the pro-Trump people and the Kathy Griffin thing. When Kathy Griffin held that Trump head, and then they started calling shows where she was going to be performing to get him canceled, and they canceled him. And none of those Trump fans were going to that show. None of them had tickets to it. It was just a bullshit gay op cancel culture thing. So when it comes to Whoopi Goldberg, you can't advocate that she be canceled, because that would mean you placed a value on her opinion from the beginning. This is the clip.
And welcome to The View. So we are all jealous of Whoopi today because she's in Italy. I hope it's 100 degrees. She's in Italy accepting an award for her book, Bits and Pieces, so she will be out this week.
Okay, so it has nothing to do with the Iran shit. So that's the conspiracy theory that, oh yeah, no, she's accepting an award in Italy. Yeah, I fucking bet. I bet you what's really happening is she's being punished for the Iran. No, she's not being punished for the Iran shit. Like that would have struck me as weird. Like if you're going to start kicking these people off The View for a week every time they say something retarded, you're not going to have any permanent panelists. You're going to just have a rotating, band of people every single week. So no, this all sounds like total bullshit. And also, let's be fair. That clip where she talks about living in Iran was very entertaining. Precisely because it was so stupid. Like, it was such an idiotic thing to say. It was funny. Let's play that, and let's.
The Iranians literally throw gay people off of buildings. They don't adhere to basic human rights. Listen, here's the thing.
Sam Show, for the last time, put your boner away, please.
Let's not do that, because if we start with that, we have been known in this country to tie gay folks to the car.
Okay, Matthew Shepard. I'm one of those guys now. I'm like, hey, it was one time. No, but like Matthew Shepard back in the 90s, yes, that happened. And those people were arrested and they were prosecuted for crimes. It wasn't state sanctioned, like throwing people off of buildings is in Iran.
But where the Iranian regime is today in 2025 is nothing compared to the United States.
Hanging black people. So
it is not even the same. I couldn't step foot wearing this outfit.
Wait. That's not what you mean to say. It is the same.
No, it's not. The year 2025 in the United States is nothing like if I step foot wearing this outfit in Toronto.
I'm sorry.
I can't have my hair showing. I can't wear a skirt. I can't have my arms out.
I'm telling you, as
I literally said it was up to the Iranian people.
Yes,
it is up to them.
And that's why I am saying that it is the same. Murdering someone for their difference is not good.
Wow. Hey, yeah, murdering someone for their difference is bad. Boy, I tell you, The View is just full of hot takes. This is what I mean. This is why you can't cancel Whoopi Goldberg. What do you take that shit seriously as like a commentator? Like you're worried people are going to listen to her and go, yeah, that's my fucking spirit animal right there.
Whoever does. It's not good. So that's why I said.
Okay, then Iran is bad, and we're not bad in that way. Fair? There's this thing about late stage Trump derangement syndrome where you can't even admit that the very basic shit about America is better than other countries. Like, for some reason, you have to have a blame America attitude or you're betraying something. Numero Uno says, how is The View so popular? I see people talking about it constantly, and I really don't get it. I think its clips do well because of shit like this, because it's so fucking crazy. It's so insane that people clip it and they go, guys, you're not going to fucking believe what these ladies were talking about. Check this shit out. And that's kind of its level of popularity, I think. Eric, thank you very much for the $1 over on PayPal. I appreciate that. Hey, guys, about $40 away from today's goal. Get in there and do it. Knock it out. We got about 13 minutes left in the show. About 40 minutes left, or $40 left to go. Knock it out. Call it a win for the toe. Let's do this thing. $1 at a time, says Eric. Fun fact. Ray Fiennes raw-dogged a flight attendant in an airplane bathroom and got her fired. It was a major scandal in Western Australia? What the fuck? So you can't fuck Ray Fiennes in a bathroom in an airplane? Well, cancel Christmas. Atomic Ray with $1 says it isn't only Trump. As women age, they want the power of a man, and the old men let them. Is that what it is? Is that what it is? Okay. Atomic Ray, knowing the psychology of the American women. They want the older men to just let them do whatever they want. I get it. I see now. $45, just under $45 away from today's goal. Knock it out. Throw us a couple bucks. We appreciate it. We're very close. Finish it off. I was going to say finish us off. That's all right. I'll do the show. You guys donate. We'll get it taken care of. We do have some more information on the Liver King's arrest. It was about the shit he was saying about Joe Rogan after his bizarre social media videos, challenging Joe Rogan to a fight and then traveling to Austin, Texas. So wait a minute. He didn't have like a thing to do in Austin, Texas? I thought he was going to Austin, Texas for some kind of an event, and he was like, while I'm there, I challenge Joe Rogan to a fight, and he can choke me out. And look, his eyes were all dilated. He looked like shit. He seems like he's having a mental breakdown. But, like, I thought he was in town for something, and then he was talking a bunch of crazy shit about Joe. Oh, so he went there looking for Joe Rogan. The Liver King faces a misdemeanor charge of making a terroristic threat and was booked into the Travis County Jail in Austin at 8:31 p.m. Tuesday. Johnson, who gained his following by promoting his barbarian-like diet of steroids, was confirmed as the suspect who was nabbed in Rogan's home city. You know, at least he was wearing a shirt. He had a sleeveless hoodie on, sweatpants tucked into boots. At least he fits the mold of a fucking crazy person. So he's officially arrested and charged already. The Liver King, making terroristic threats. Well, that's a misdemeanor. He'll pay a fine and he'll be, or like, hey, don't go anywhere near Joe Rogan, which might actually be a gift to the Liver King. Corn Pop with $1.99 says one more blowjob for the toe. I'm good on. I'll get my blowjobs. Thank you. Ace with $1.99. Of course not. Not somebody who, I think it's pretty creepy and weird to bring a pedophile to something like this, and someone who very clearly, without ever, like, I've never met this person, never interacted with them, and I've very clearly broken their brain to the point of a near psychosis. I think that's kind of a strange deal. It's not even really a human being to me, like not even a person, just kind of a weird, like almost not like a tragic cartoon character to me. So no, I don't think I'll acknowledge their existence as a human. They're kind of a walking parody of themselves. So apparently, wait, Rogan or Liver King? Who lives in a $14.4 million home? Oh, Rogan does, not Liver King. Well, don't tell the Liver King where he lives. I don't think we've even heard Joe Rogan like address the whole Liver King thing either. I don't know if he did the Bernie podcast before any of the Liver King stuff went out there or after. But I would be, Joe doesn't really comment on shit like this. Joe kind of does the smart thing and kind of lets all this shit go and then just lets the news run with it or whatever. But I would be fascinated to hear his thoughts. Doggo Doesn't Die says, great news. Terroristic threats have been downgraded to misdemeanors. That's kind of weird, right? Like, you should probably have a different name for it than terrorist, because terroristic threats, we all think, oh my God, they threatened to blow up the Pentagon. And it's like, all right, we gave him a misdemeanor. Scott Jonesy says, I regret taking the piss out of Johnny so much now. May he walk in heaven. Johnny's not dead. Johnny's not dead. He is alive and well. He'll be here on Monday. You can go to his channel, Just Kidding LLC, on YouTube, Rumble, and Twitch. He will be on today. It will be totally fine. Totally fine. $40 away from today's goal. I've got 8 minutes left. You guys are fucking killing me. Let's knock out that last 40 bet. Here's what's going to happen. If that last $40 comes in at the very end and then people are like, oh, he's faking it, he's faking it, he's faking it. Here we go. This is what you guys set me up for every day. $40 away, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Hey, guys, I've got great news. Joy Reid is back. She was on The Breakfast Club. I don't really know what Joy Reid's doing that she needs to promote it on The Breakfast Club, but she's back. Joy Reid is talking again, and by God, did I miss her. Now, this clip states that she's about to make a surprising announcement about her political leanings. Now, unless she whips out a MAGA hat at the end of this, if it's anything left of center, I'm going to go ahead and choose not to be shocked by what Joy Reid tells us about her political leanings.
I just think the Democratic Party and, look, I've been a Democrat since I was old enough to vote, but I'm barely hanging on, honestly.
Wait, okay, no, that doesn't surprise me at all. People like Joy Reid, I'm barely hanging on, and people go, oh my God, does that mean she's going to be a Republican? No, it means that, in her opinion, the Democratic Party isn't lefty enough. They're not commie enough for her tastes.
Mm-hmm. Because at this point, the party is not bigger than the future of my kids.
Is she going to endorse
what
ICE?
I mean? Like, I have 3 children. I have, a daughter and 2 sons that have to live in this country as Black people.
That sounds terrible.
And fascism don't work for me, and I'm not willing to cede the country to Trumpism and MAGA simply because I'm clinging to this party.
You understand that, if you go further to the left of the Democratic Party, you will continue to further cede ground to MAGA. You're not going to go further left and find the answer, but you know what? God bless. So Joy Reid says, oh, I'm barely hanging on with the Democratic Party. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me in the least. That Joy Reid is barely. There's a lot of Democrats that are like that. They think the answer lies in going further and further to the left. One person writing in chat, West Coast Patriot Girl, they have to live in this country as Joy Reid's children. It's mean. Silverwolf with $5 says, R.I.P. Johnny. May you have in heaven what was denied to you on earth. He's still alive. Switchblade Proper with $5 says fake dono. And numero uno Josh Denny fan with $5 says Rogan and company were on shrooms for the last Protect Our Parks episode. Can you do a special shroom stream as part of your new enlightened direction after today? Would be dope and a moneymaker. I wouldn't know where to find shrooms, my man. I wouldn't know where to find shrooms. $25 away. All right, we got 5 minutes left in the show. We're $25 away from the goal. Let's do it. Let's finish it off. You know what $25 is? Oh, never mind, guys. Get ready. Say it's fake. Go ahead. Say it's fake. Walter says another win for the toe and throws $30 our way.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for for you, nigga.
That's also going to put Walter in the top 4. He is now at 1 hundo. He's going to knock Redbird out. And now Walter is in the 4th spot with $100. And the perfect week continues. Another win for the toe. Redbird is now in 5th place. They're calling that the cuck chair now at $72. Thank you so much, Walter, for finishing this off. And thank you guys for coming in strong again at the end, as always. Numero Uno with $2 says, you want shrooms? I can find you shrooms. I didn't say that I wanted shrooms. I said I wouldn't know where to go to get shrooms if I want. Guys, I'm a fucking dork when it comes to drugs. I get a lot of you would have said you could have just stopped at I'm a fucking dork. Balls Deep gifting a membership. Thank you very much. Corn Pop with $1.99 says $25 worth of rooms. It's not going to get you much. That's going to, even at a cheap hotel, that's going to get you a quarter of a room. Fire Spooge says the Democratic Party, I love that name, Fire Spooge. The Democratic Party keeps losing because they move further and further to the right. I think both parties keep losing, like in terms of being effective at governing. I think they lose because they're just too corporate. You know, there's just, they're too controlled by like not lobbyists, but like special interests and corporations. I don't think it's necessarily a right-left spectrum thing. I think it's serving the wrong masters. Because I don't think Trump, you know, getting hooked into a war by Israel, I don't think that's a right-wing or a left-wing thing. I think that's just, you know, as they say when you were a kid, hanging out with the bad crowd. Numero Uno, Josh Denny fan with $2 says that's a yes to the shroom stream then. Bro, shrooms, I think shrooms are illegal in Minnesota. Are shrooms illegal? I can't be doing anything illegal, guys. Magic mushroom personal use penalties in Minnesota eliminate. Hold on a minute here. A new bill before lawmakers would eliminate criminal and civil penalties for the personal use and possessions of psilocybin, often found in the recreational drug magic mushrooms for people 21 and older in Minnesota. Okay, this was in March. Let's see what happened with this bill. Status in the House. This was March 24th. Actions, introduction, and first reading, 3/24/2025. Yeah, I can't find anything else on it. Everything stopped back in March. So I'm going to go ahead and say it is not kosher for me to be doing any kinds of mushrooms. Chevrolet JB says you can get shroom gummies at any head shop. Numero Uno, Josh Denny fan with $2 says there's no drug test that can detect shrooms. I'm not going to be drug tested, but I have to be law abiding. Who, what, why with $2 says, I love lunch lady arms. Don't judge me. Stop it. Stop it. You're going to make me insecure. Thank you, guys. All right. We got one more morning goal left this week, and then it's another perfect week for the toe. Thank you guys so much for being here. What a fun way to wrap it up. Big day today. After today, it's all over. We can put it all to bed. We can move on with our lives and enjoy our peace, our tranquility, our happiness, and our hack shitty show we do. Take it easy. Have a great rest of your day. I'll talk to you tonight.